The verdict is in. Oh, what's happening? Everything's messing up. Hold on. Oh my God. It's all falling apart. The verdict is in. Why am I hearing two of myself? Everything's messing up. I see. Hold on. I think we fixed it. The verdict is in. That's outside the courthouse. And hold on. Guilty on something. I'm reading that Inner City Press says guilty. No. Not guilty on something? I don't even have it yet. Let's see. Hold on. Inner City Press says some on count 5, some jurors are saying guilty and some not guilty. That's according to Inner City Press, which means he would not be guilty on count 5. So hang on, I'm just ascertaining this. I'm seeing it right now. Hold on. 2 of 5. I'm reading 2 of 5 charges he's found guilty on. That's what BNO News said. I want to confirm this. Oh, here, I got it. So he, according to NBC News, New York, Stephen Bognar, not guilty on racketeering, not guilty on the 2 sex trafficking, and guilty on the 2 Mann Act charges, which I think are, what are those, transportation for prostitution? Guilty on 2 of the 5 charges, not guilty on 3 of the 5 charges, okay? That's what it is. Guilty on 2 of the 5. The most serious was RICO, and not guilty on RICO. And I believe, if I have it right, the 2 Mann Act charges, the maximum sentence on each of those is it 10 years? I got to look this up. Convicted of Sean Diddy Combs, acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, convicted of prostitution offense. There it is right there. Sean Diddy Combs, acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, convicted of prostitution offense. That is from AP. So, Sean Diddy Combs, guilty of on 2 of 5 charges. Again, Sean Diddy Combs, acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, convicted of prostitution offense, which someone knows, you guys know, probably know, a bunch of you probably know way more than this than me. I thought that the 2 prostitution charges were transportation across state lines for purpose of prostitution. Is that what it was? I will figure it out. So there is the outside of the courthouse. Hang on a moment here. Give me one moment. Hang on one moment here. But again, not guilty on the RICO charge, which is this criminal enterprise charge. The New York Times reports that Sean Diddy Combs pumped his fist and smiled as he shook one of his lawyer's hands and turned again to look at his family. So the 2 he's guilty on are the 2, I don't want to minimize the seriousness of them, but they were the 2 least serious as I understand it. The RICO was the most serious, and then the 2 sexual trafficking charges, I believe each of the sexual trafficking charges carried a minimum of 15 years. But that is not the case for the prostitution charges. Am I right in that the prostitution carries, each of those charges carries a max of 10 years? So I'm not sure. I have no idea what the sentence is going to be. But let me get you some more information here. But again, these are the 2 two of the 5 charges. And yes, convicted on prostitution counts, but cleared of more serious charges. There you go. That's from Reuters. See that right there? Reuters says Sean Diddy Combs was found guilty of prostitution-related offenses, but cleared of more serious charges. After a criminal trial, blah, 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 blah. He was convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted of racketeering and 2 counts of sex trafficking, a partial win for him. Okay? So he was guilty on 2 charges, not guilty on 3 most serious charges. That's what I should put. Sean... Diddy Combs guilty on 2 charges, acquitted on 3 most serious charges. I'm trying to fit this all in the headline. Oops, charges, not chargers. He was not guilty on chargers. So you can see it right there. Again, guilty on the 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted on 2 counts of sex trafficking and acquitted on the RICO charge. So now I'm assuming we will have coverage of the interviews in the front of the courthouse. I actually have 2 different cameras, 2 different live shots from the front of the courthouse here. So let me just make sure I can get that other one up where I can see it, so I can be ready to show that to you as well. Give me one moment here, and let me just make sure I have that for you. Okay, that's good. We got that. I am just getting this so I can make sure I have it here. The other one is, hold on, where's the other one? There, that's the other one. So we got 2 cameras for you. Okay, let me, in terms of, would they do sentencing on a different day? Hey, chat, who probably has legal experts in there. Will they do sentencing on a different day? Jaybird, our viewer, thinks he'll get 5 years and be out in 3 years. Some of our viewers are saying they will do sentencing on a different day. I feel like that's, in my amateur experience, that's what they usually do. Lone ODST says could be months away. And is it true that there's no mandatory minimum on the prostitution charges? Remember, the RICO charge was the most serious, and each of the sex trafficking charges carried a minimum of 15 years. But he's acquitted of those. I'm not sure about the prostitution charges. I have to get a firm answer on that. Oh, now they're talking about whether he's a flight risk. Okay, so I'm reading online, according to the New York Times, they're talking about now whether he is a flight risk. Okay, so maybe they're discussing whether he can be released before the sentencing. The Washington Post reports that Sean Combs held his hands in prayer and locked eyes with jurors, nodding his head and mouthing the words "thank you" multiple times. After the jury was ushered out of the room, so they're out of the room now, he looked up the ceiling in exaltation and joy. He looked up the ceiling in joy. So again, he's guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but not guilty on sex trafficking and racketeering. Those are the three most serious charges. 2 of sex trafficking, 1 of racketeering. We'll read your comments about the verdict shortly. I'm just trying to get you the latest updates here. So I'm looking at reports about what's going on in the courtroom, live reports on that. Maybe he'll speak on camera. Okay, right now what is happening in court, according to the New York Times reports, this is what I assumed was the case, is that the defense is trying to get the judge to let him out today. Let him free, I assume, until sentencing. Okay? So we're waiting to hear if he's going to be out today to await sentencing. MCM thinks he will walk free. I don't know if he's going to get prison time, and if so, how much. I'll turn up the volume here. No, we're not hearing that much. I wonder, are we going to see him speak outside the courtroom? Look, all the microphones are set up. Hang on a moment here. Here's a little summary from Reuters. Sean Diddy Combs was found guilty today of prostitution-related offenses, but cleared of more serious charges after a criminal trial in which 2 of his former girlfriends testified that he physically and sexually abused them. He was convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted of racketeering conspiracy and acquitted of 2 counts of sex trafficking, a partial win for the former billionaire known for elevating hip-hop in American culture. His defense lawyer is asking the judge to release Combs on bail. His defense lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, told the judge this is his first conviction and it's a prostitution offense, and so he should be released on appropriate conditions. He faces a maximum 10-year prison sentence on each of the 2 prostitution counts, but we don't know what sentence he might get. The judge will determine his sentence at a later date. He is not being sentenced today. He is avoiding the 15-year mandatory minimum sentence on the sex trafficking counts. If he were convicted of sex trafficking or racketeering, he could have faced life in prison, but he will not be doing that now. Prosecutors argued that for 2 decades, Diddy used his business empire to force 2 of his romantic partners to take part in drug-fueled, days-long sexual performances, sometimes known as freak-offs, with male sex workers in hotel rooms while Combs watched, I'll say pleasured himself, instead of the word that Reuters used, and occasionally filmed. During raids of Combs' homes, authorities found drugs and 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant he would use in the performances. Prosecutors said Combs had pleaded not guilty to all 5 counts. His lawyers had acknowledged that Sean Diddy Combs was at times violent in his domestic relationships, but they said the sexual activity described by prosecutors was consensual. So again, he was acquitted of the 3 most serious charges and convicted on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. All right, so we are waiting to hear more here. And let me just do some checks on updates for you, but maybe we will hear from him. The prosecution is arguing that he is a flight risk. Diddy's lawyers are arguing that he is not a flight risk. So the question being discussed now in court is, will he be kept detained until his sentencing? That is what they are discussing right now with the judge. Will he be kept detained until his sentencing? I don't even know if he'll get prison time. I don't know enough about this. I guess it's his first offense. His lawyer said it's his first offense, his first conviction for anything, and it's a prostitution offense. Thank you, by the way, to our viewer, Balls. That's the name of our viewer. Thank you also, Vindog Radio, who says, I guess Muddy talks. Thanks to Walter Walters, Marks, Lunar Guardian, our members, and P. Diddy, our viewer, who says, wish me luck, y'all. Not the real P. Diddy. By the way, I have not been following this trial closely. I will fully admit that to you. So I don't have intelligence, and I'm not a legal expert. So I am not going to myself attempt any kind of expert legal analysis on this. Okay, so again, he faces 10 years, up to 10 years on each prostitution-related charge, but I don't believe there's any minimum on that. So now we have to see. We're not going to know today what he gets sentenced with, but we will see if he gets held, if he gets kept in jail, or whatever they call it, jail in prison awaiting the sentence. Let me repeat what his lawyer has just minutes ago told the judge. His lawyer said this is his first conviction and it's a prostitution offense. That's according to the Washington Post. The Post says that the attorney said that he was found guilty. The charges he was found guilty of were significantly less serious than the ones that have kept him in jail for 9 months. He has been in jail in Brooklyn for 9 months. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned time served. So he was in jail already for 9 months before the trial. So could the judge ultimately end up saying, well, you get 9 months, but you've served 9 months? Because he was in jail already for 9 months. So that's an interesting question, but we'll have to, that's not going to be announced today. Robert Hickey said he said it. Is he going home, said Labrat. We're going to find out shortly if he's released today to await sentencing. We will find that out shortly. Also, I don't know, perhaps the judge could sentence the 2 prostitution charges as concurrent sentences, one after the other, or perhaps he could do them at the same time. I'm not sure. Let's see here. Waiting to get more information. We'll see if we see anybody speak. It sounds like maybe. Are we not going to get the sentence? Are we not going to get the decision yet as to whether he's released? I don't know. Let's see. Yes, Inner City Press, at Inner City Press, who's a great account to follow for this, at Inner City Press, is saying that we're not going to get, the judge is not yet going to determine right this second whether he is going to be released today. And that's what it looks like is happening, that it might take a bit for that decision to be made. It'll be, I think, again, Inner City Press, you can follow at Inner City Press, all one word. It looks like, according to him, it's going to be later today. So let me just ascertain this. Yes. Okay. This has been confirmed by Stephen Bognar of NBC News. I have 2 reporters, Inner City Press and Stephen Bognar, said the judge, the court is going to reconvene at 1 p.m. To discuss whether he gets sent home or not, whether he's freed before sentencing. So we are not going to get that decision right now. Again, the judge is saying reconvene at 1 p.m. and they're going to, at that point, it sounds like, determine if he gets freed before sentencing. Okay? So now, another thing about that is it affects this broadcast, because my guess is that we're not going to see the lawyers come out and talk before that happens, right? Because I would think you would now. I would think one of the lawyers aren't going to come out and say stuff before they've determined whether he's going to be free, going to be able to go home. Maybe I'm wrong. I would find that kind of strange. So I thought what would happen is they determine it now, and then we have people come out. Hey, let me read some comments from you guys. Our viewer Sean R thinks he basically got off. Well, he got convicted of, I assume these are 2 felonies. I assume it's a felony count. So he would be a convicted felon. I mean, given that it carries a max of 10 years, I would assume it's a felony. I'm not positive. The transportation for prostitution. Also, he could have to do prison time. And he already did 9 months in prison. So he has already spent 9 months in prison. So just to be clear, he has not gotten no punishment whatsoever. I don't know if I'm doing Brian Kohberger hearing coverage, especially if I don't have video of it. I don't know. I just don't know. We'll see. But I mean, it's not like, anyways, you know, I have to look into it. Let me see what people say. Jesse's girl thinks he should get the maximum sentence. Now he has, what his lawyer is arguing is that, well, he has no other criminal convictions. Let's see here. Our viewer Bonzilla says he's been locked up for 9 months for prostitution. The charge was transportation for prostitution. What about the drugs? He was not facing drug charges. Heather Bell says, not the outcome I thought. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to Clote3241, who says, why is he even being convicted for prostitution if all parties consented to the activity? Well, I don't think, just to be clear, his lawyers were arguing, well, just to be clear, he is being convicted on prostitution charges because clearly the jury believes, the jury thought it was proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he did the, that Diddy violated that law, that he is guilty of transportation for prostitution. So clearly the jury didn't think that nobody was a prostitute there and that Diddy was not involved in transporting prostitutes. That is why if the jury thought that no one was doing any prostitution, then they wouldn't be convicting him of transportation for prostitution. The jury had to decide that that was proved beyond a reasonable doubt. According to the article I read, you said it was talking about what Diddy's lawyers said. Diddy's lawyers were saying that the sexual activity described by prosecutors was consensual. That's what his lawyers were saying. That's not what the jury said. And that's not what the prosecutors said. I hope that makes sense, Clote. Thank you, Clote. So the jury did not say that. Thank you, Clote. If the jury thought everybody was there consensually and nobody was getting paid, then it wouldn't make sense to convict him for prostitution-related offenses. Let's see here. Mr. Media Man, our viewer, thinks it's a huge loss for the prosecution. Truth Bomb thinks it's OJ all over again. Wow. That's a bold statement. So, again, what's happening here is it's not going to be determined until after 1 p.m. whether Sean Diddy Combs gets to go home free before sentencing. So we're not even going to see anybody come out of the court right now. You can see here from Associated Press, Sean Diddy Combs was convicted of a prostitution-related offense, but acquitted today of sex trafficking and racketeering charges that could have put one of hip-hop's most celebrated figures behind bars for life. The mixed result came on the third day of deliberations, so it was pretty fast. At the end of the day yesterday, the jury had said that they were deadlocked on the racketeering charge, and the judge had them go back to debate some more to see the judge had them go back to deliberate some more to see if they could come to a unanimous verdict on the racketeering charge. I believe, were they still deadlocked on the? I believe they were ultimately still deadlocked on the racketeering charge, because Inner City Press, who is a reporter who's good to follow for court cases like this at Inner City Press, had posted that, if I have it right, that some of them had said, well, let me see here. Oh no, I might be wrong about that. They reached it. They maybe. I'm sorry. I think I'm misrepresenting what he said. I believe it was unanimous on everything. Sorry, this is me misreading something from earlier. So I haven't seen anything that suggests they were still deadlocked. So he was acquitted on that charge. It was not a hung jury. So scratch the last minute of what I said. I thought I had read something before where the jurors had said they were deadlocked on the fifth charge, but I haven't seen anything else about that. I think I just misinterpreted Inner City Press. Inner City Press did not say that. So he was acquitted on the. It was not a hung jury on the racketeering charge. He was acquitted on the three most serious charges. So so that means that they were unanimous. They were unanimous on the two guilties, and they were unanimous on the three not guilties. Sorry for my confusion the last minute, because if not, it would have been a hung jury. So he was convicted of prostitution, transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted of racketeering and 2 counts of sex trafficking. Okay, that is clarified. Hold on a second here. And you can see here, AP has this headline up, acquitted of most serious charges, convicted of a prostitution-related offense, well, 2 counts of it. After they read the verdict, yes, the verdict on all the counts was unanimous, says AP. After they read the verdict, Combs held his hands up in a prayer motion, looking at the jury, and hugged his defense lawyer. Combs was convicted of flying people around the country, including his girlfriends and paid male sex workers, to engage in sexual encounters, a felony violation of the Mann Act. So he has been convicted of 2 felonies for flying people around the country to engage in sexual encounters, including prostitutes. But the jury acquitted him of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking charges related to allegations that he used his money, power, and frightening physical force to manipulate his girlfriends into hundreds of drugs-fueled sex marathons with the men. He and his defense team argued that the women were willing participants and that none of his violence justified the severity of the charges. Combs continued to pump his right fist subtly, seemingly satisfied that he was acquitted on the most serious charges, says AP. Yesterday, the judge ordered the jury to continue its closed-door discussions today after the jury said it was unable to reach a consensus on the top count racketeering conspiracy. So between yesterday and today, yesterday, the jury said they were stuck. And the jury said that we have people on who are saying guilty and not guilty on racketeering, and the jury thought they were not going to be able to come to an agreement. But clearly, Clearly, between yesterday and today, there were some switches on the jury on the racketeering charge because they reached unanimous not guilty on the racketeering charges. The racketeering charge is a criminal enterprise charge where I'm not an expert on this, but you need to prove that there's this ongoing criminal enterprise involving a conspiracy to commit crimes. So that's the most important. That's often used for organized crime cases, but that was the most serious charge, and not guilty on that, and not guilty on the. Not guilty on the sex trafficking. Yesterday, the jury said at the end of the day in a note to the court that there were unpersuadable opinions on both sides for the racketeering charge. But clearly, they were not unpersuadable. Racketeering conspiracy, says AP, is the most complicated charge in the trial and carries a potential maximum sentence of life in prison. The sex trafficking charges each carried a minimum sentence of 15 years in prison and a maximum of life. Transportation to engage in prostitution carries a max sentence of 10 years in prison. I believe it doesn't have a minimum. I'm not positive, but I believe it does not have a minimum. Okay. Now, yesterday, some people, when people heard that the jury was saying they couldn't decide on the racketeering charge. For racketeering charge, you need crimes. You need to believe there were crimes committed. So it was thought that, well, he's convicted. It was thought yesterday when the jury came back and said they were unsure about racketeering, but they were unanimous on everything else. Well, the thinking was, well, if there are some jurors who think he's guilty of racketeering, that means that certainly would imply there are jurors who think he's guilty of other crimes. And since they're unanimous on the other charges, that suggested that on at least one of the other charges, although I think for racketeering you need at least 2 crimes. Anyways, it suggested he was going to be guilty of something. We didn't know that for sure, but it was not. It could have been the case yesterday that the jury was thinking he's guilty on the first 4, but they didn't know he's guilty of the 5th. Whether he was guilty of the 5th, but today they said they found him guilty only on the 2 least serious, the transportation for prostitution charges. Hold on a second here. Hang on a second here. All right, so let me read some comments for you. Sean R. thinks he will not get 10 years on the prostitution charges for a first offense. Let's see here. TFB thinks they'll probably get him on something else later. He'll always be under the microscope now. Well, I mean, he won't be, put it this way, he won't be convicted of anything he does in the future if he doesn't commit any crimes in the future. Right? Unless you think somehow he would get convicted for something he didn't actually do in the future. So, JPav, our viewer, thinks he will get 5 years or less possible probation. Hey, thanks so much to Scotty Scott for your support. Scott says that Chuck Berry was convicted of the Mann Act in 1961 and was sentenced to 3 years but served about 1.5 years. Is that true? I'd have to look that up. According to Wikipedia, Chuck Berry, I don't really want to get too much of an aside on Chuck Berry, was arrested under the Mann Act in 1959. He was convicted and sentenced to 5 years in prison, and he appealed, and there was another trial, and he got a 3-year prison sentence, and he served 1.5 years in prison. Now, I am not a legal expert, but I do not know if what happened to Chuck Berry in his Mann Act sentence in over 60 years ago has relevance for how the sentencing will go now. Now, I'm not saying Scotty Scott thinks that either. Scotty Scott might have just thought it was an interesting parallel with someone in the music business. So thank you so much, Scotty Scott. Thank you also, JB. JB says, wouldn't trafficking require him to be getting paid for the acts of others? I'm not going to weigh in on this. Because I have not been following the case closely. But I'll try to get you some analysis of the case. Thank you so much, JB. Thank you, MJTM, as well. Let's see here. Let me get you some updates. On what is going on. So again, 1 p.m. is when the parties will meet again over the sentencing. About whether he will be freed before the sentencing. The sentencing is not going to be today. I don't know when the sentencing is going to be, but the judge will determine today, but not until a 1 p.m. reconvening, whether Sean Diddy Combs will be released and free before his sentencing. Oh, now hold on a second. I don't know who, are we looking at family? I don't know who we're looking at. Did we just see family leave? You're looking at this live shot right now. This is live. Someone in the chat will know. The chat says it is family and we saw his mother. I guess we just saw his mother. His mother and his kids. A bunch of our chat said it's his mother. Sorry for my lack of knowledge of that, but I fully admit it. His mother and his children. So that just happened. Maybe in a couple minutes we can replay that, but I don't want to miss somebody else coming out while I'm replaying it. Hang on a second. Do you guys want me to replay that moment? I can replay that for you if you want. I'm going to replay that for you. This is a replay from moments ago, and I think this is his family. All right, this is not live. This is a replay from moments ago. Hold on, I'll show you. I'll show you. Wait a second. Wait a second here. I got to go back here and do this. All right, this is moments ago. That's it, moments ago, right there. I guess our viewers said that was his mother. And then maybe some of his other family members. Sorry, I don't know. I just wanted you to see it again. This is about 2 minutes ago. Okay, I wanted to just let you see that again. Well, let me go back to the live shot now. I'm going to go back to the live now. That is live. M thinks it's his mother, daughter, son's girlfriend. Hold on a second here. We need to get people. If you break the rules in the chat, you are going to be timed out or hidden. Hey, thanks to our moderators. We have Beth Mythical moderating, Janet B moderating, Ruth Krafasi moderating, Danny James moderating. And also we have over on Twitch moderating, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, and McBritches. And Linda Bell, Glary, and Misha moderate for us on X. And I also want to thank our Facebook moderators, who I will thank in a second. Thanks to Buddy Boy Productions, Devil Doc on Twitch for your support, Gonzalez for subscribing, McBridges for subscribing, Jeff1202 for subscribing on Twitch, and thank you to our Facebook moderators, Paul Anderson and Kay Lowry Body and Christina Neal. And Shannon Davis Hughes, they're all moderating over there. Oh, and thanks so much to PZ Papazulu. PZ Papazulu says, I found out was watching the broadcast last year about him getting arrested, and I had no idea who he was and found out he was worth $1 billion. PZ Papazulu says, the only rapper I knew about was MC Hammer from his 2 older kids. Hey, thanks, PZ Papazulu. So again, 1 p.m. Ooh, you can't see me. 1 p.m. is the hearing for whether he will be released before his sentencing. Thank you to MJTM, our new member. Oh, I was going to give you an update here. The Washington Post said that a prosecutor was one of the prosecutors told the judge, argued to the judge that Diddy Combs. Oh, hold on, what's this? Hold on, there's no volume. We need volume. There's no volume on this. They're playing the video, but there's no volume.
Everything that has happened in this trial, I just spoke with her and with the U.S. Attorney's Office team, and she's in a good place. She's pleased that, again, that the jury has found him liable, guilty of 2 federal crimes.
What was her reaction?
And I've issued a statement as well on our Twitter as well. Her reaction is what I just said. Her reaction was that she was pleased that he's been found guilty and held responsible of 2 federal crimes, something that he's never been held responsible in his entire life. And she's happy that in November of 2023 she came forward and shined a light on this and brought other people forward who have various civil claims, and so we'll see what happens with the sentencing. All right,
Counselor,
thank you very much.
Looking at this direction, you said that same thing. Sorry.
Oh, I can't repeat it again, but
yeah, please.
Sorry. So, what was the question?
Your reaction to what happened.
The reaction is that we're pleased that he's finally been held responsible for 2 federal crimes, something that he's never faced in his life. He still faces substantial jail time. Of course, we would have liked to have seen a conviction on the sex crimes in RICO, but we understand beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard, and we're just pleased that he still faces substantial jail time. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
How much time? Doug Wigdor, Wigdor. Well, each is faces up to 10 years on each. I'm not sure what the sentencing guidelines are given the various different things, but I'll leave that up to the government and the defense to argue. But I feel confident in saying he still faces substantial incarceration.
How would you feel if he walks out on bail?
Well, that's up to the judge. I don't have a personal vested interest in this case. Whatever the appropriate thing to do under the law is what should be done. And at the end of the day, he needs to be sentenced pursuant to the guidelines and pursuant to what the law is. My understanding of that is that he faces significant incarceration. So thank you very much.
Thank you. He's the attorney for Cassie Ventura.
That was Cassie Ventura's lawyer. That was Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Doug Wigdor. Okay? She used to date Sean Diddy Combs. So that's why, and she testified in this trial. And she, hold on a second here. So we just heard from her lawyer. Prosecutors in this case had alleged that Sean Diddy Combs compelled Cassie Ventura and another woman to take part in these performances, these sexual performances. An act of coercion that prosecutors said amounted to sex trafficking.
How you doing?
Oh, hold on.
How are you?
Anything you want the public to know?
Not yet. We'll be saying something soon. Thank you.
Okay.
Watch your step.
Can you share your reaction?
¿Cuál entrevista? Ah, pero yo estoy poniendo el micrófono acá a la conferencia. ¿Qué quieres hacer? Dejo el micrófono.
I do not know who that was. Somebody knows who that was. Earlier, we heard from Cassie Ventura's lawyer, and Cassie Ventura is one of the two women who prosecutors in the case said that Sean Diddy Combs coerced them to take part in these sexual performance things. I'll give you some more. A lot of you know this. I'll give you some more details too. But I want to just make sure I'm not missing any updates here. So, Cassie Ventura's lawyer said that they were, pleased he had been convicted of something. I'm sure they're not totally pleased. Philip Cantolin thinks the judge will sentence him to 5 years on each count and run it at the same time. He has already served 9 months in jail during the trial. TFB says, I wonder if he's subject to a lot of civil lawsuits now. I do know the Reuters article says that in 2023, Cassie Ventura sued him for sex trafficking, the first of dozens of civil lawsuits accusing him of abuse. Sean Diddy Combs settled with Cassie Ventura for $20 million, that lawsuit. He has denied all wrongdoing. Is he getting out of jail today before the sentencing? We don't know. What will his sentence be? That will not be determined today. We don't know. Hang on one moment. Let me just see if I have any updates for you, and then we'll go over some of the details of this. Hold on a moment here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. I just have to make a quick adjustment here. I got it. I got it. I got it. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Just 1 second here. Just 1 second, guys. It'll be 1 second. Okay. If you're just joining us, Sean Diddy Combs convicted on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted, not guilty on the 3 most serious counts, 2 counts of sex trafficking and 1 count of racketeering. The prostitution-related the transportation for prostitution charges carry maximum of 10 years. I believe no minimum. I'm not sure. And he won't be sentenced today, and later today at 1 p.m. there will be a hearing to determine whether he gets released before his sentencing. A little update here from the Washington Post. A couple things here. First of all, the Post reports that after the judge left the bench, Diddy knelt down and faced the chair on which he had been sitting for almost 2 months. He leaned over the seat in prayer and stayed there for nearly a minute, his head pressed tightly against his hands. After he stood, the courtroom full of his family and supporters clapped and cheered. Oh, also, regarding the racketeering charge, the RICO charge, let me just mention something the Washington Post says about that. The Washington Post says, the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, the federal law known as RICO, has been an effective tool for prosecutors who have used it to tackle the mob and more recently gang crimes. Combs faced life in prison if the jury had found him guilty of conspiring with his inner circle to commit at least 2 illegal acts. I think it's possible life in prison. If the jury had found him guilty of conspiring with his inner circle to commit at least 2 illegal acts, including forced labor, drug distribution, kidnapping, and arson. But he was acquitted on that charge. All right, let me take some comments from you guys. One of our viewers said, just because he is rich and famous, don't let him out. Now, remember, this is a jury of citizens. We're unanimous on all 5 of these. So that means the jury of 12 citizens unanimously said that they had been convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he was guilty of the transportation for purposes of prostitution, but unanimously, all 12 jury members said that the prosecution did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt the racketeering charge or the sexual sex trafficking charges. All 12 of them. Hearing some shouting in the back. M thinks he shouldn't be set 3, whereas Robert O, our viewer, says this is such a good day he went through so many false accusations. I hear some yelling back there. By the way, a bit of an unrelated thing, but I wanted to mention it. I missed this while we were on the air, but I want to mention this. President Trump posted a half hour ago saying that he has made a trade deal with Vietnam, and Vietnam will pay the U.S. a 20% tariff on all goods. Now, the importers actually pay the tariff, but there will be a 20% tariff on any and all goods sent into the U.S. and a 40% tariff on any transshipping. He says Vietnam will do something they have never done before, give the U.S. total access to their markets for trade at zero tariff, he says. Anyways, I wanted to let you know about that. We're not covering that right now, but again, just wanted to let you know that that got posted while we were on the air. The Washington Post reports that Diddy told a group of relatives who was at the courthouse, he said he would be home soon. So let me just go over a few of the details here for you. These are via AP. Sean Diddy Combs was convicted of a prostitution-related offense but acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering charges that could have put him behind bars for life. They could have put one of hip-hop's most celebrated figures behind bars for life. This was a mixed result. It could still send Combs to prison for as long as a decade, but we'll have to see what the sentencing ends up being. But he did face life in prison if he was convicted on the RICO charge. I think the other two might have been life as well. And remember, the sex trafficking charges carried a minimum of 15 years. He was convicted of flying people around the country, including his girlfriends and paid male sex workers, to engage in sexual encounters, a felony violation of the Mann Act. But he was acquitted of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking related to allegations that he used his money, power, and frightening physical force to manipulate his girlfriends into hundreds of drug-fueled sex marathons with men. Combs and his defense team had argued that the women were willing participants and none of his violence justified the severity of the charges. The judge is currently weighing whether to grant him bail, whether he will be let out before his sentencing. That hearing will begin at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, I believe. In the audience of the courthouse, his relatives stood and applauded as he faced them, and he said, "I'll be home soon. I love you, baby." And he said, "I love you, Mom." He has been behind bars since his arrest in September. Shock value thinks he'll get 5 years probation and time served. Okay, I am not a legal expert. I'm going to do a poll. Will he get additional jail time? That's the poll. Will Diddy get additional jail time beyond the 9 months he's already gotten spent? All right, I'm posting in the chat right now to see what you guys have to say about this. I have no idea. Hang on, let me post it. I got to post it on Facebook too. Oh, what a pain in the butt. Facebook's making it to be... Facebook, you'll have to wait for your poll. Facebook's being very difficult lately. It's not working well. So it'll take me a while. Let me show you for the moment what our viewers are saying about this on the other platforms. I asked on YouTube, will he get additional jail time? 57% of you think he will not on YouTube. How about on Twitch? Oopsie. On Twitch, 68% of you think he will not get additional jail time. That's the Twitch poll. Saliha says, I'd be shocked if he doesn't get bail. I say he'll get time served, Saliha says, and home confinement with ankle monitor for 6 to 12 months in probation. Hey, a quick thank you to... Thanks so much to... hold on.
Help! Help!
That was...
Can you help me?
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that
The whole
is.
thing just...
I guess a camera fell or something, it sounded like. Hey, thanks to Jessa Bell. Jessa says the state can still charge him on other charges. Well, thanks, Jessa. So, I don't know if the state has any other compelling evidence that he convicted other crimes. I would think if the state had...
Sorry, the whole thing... I touched it and the whole thing just... There, that's it.
Weight on it, or?
Yes.
Oh, I guess there was a problem with the podium.
And I was like, fuck.
Problem with the podium. So I would assume if the state had, I might be wrong here, I would assume if the state had some other evidence that he had committed some other crime that they thought they could convict him on, they would have charged him on it, but maybe I'm wrong. Thank you, Jessa Bell. I really appreciate your support. Thank you also, Parump. I appreciate your support. Parump says, I believe the government has the videos just like with Ghislaine Maxwell. We won't hear who's in the tapes. They'll be used to keep Hollywood types in line. Thank you, Parump. Thank you, Atlanta, Florida girl, who thinks he should get life in prison and be investigated for the death of rapper Notorious B.I.G. Thank you, Justin Burnett, for your support, who thinks the only thing they have real evidence for is his physical assaults on his girlfriends. Well, clearly the jury thinks they had compelling evidence for the prostitution-related charges, because they were unanimous in that. Thank you, Justin Burnett.
Falling. Don't tell us how to do it.
Uh-oh. Little drama over the microphones. Hey, thanks for voting in the poll. A majority of you think he will get no additional jail time, by the way.
Whoever put this on here was not the smartest.
We got drama over the podium microphones. Thank you to Jiri Krewinkle. Thank you, Jiri, for your support.
I would not recommend taking anything off of it.
Yeah.
Thank you also, PZ Papa Zulu, for the gift memberships and Temi Dank for the gift memberships. I appreciate that as well.
Okay. Could be starting any minute. I don't know who Lauren Crime is, but...
Oh, wait, hold on a second.
They had it
here.
on the freaking...
On the clip itself?
On the clip.
Oh,
so it's
that's
like...
why
Yeah, so it was turning the clip.
I was turning the clip.
Yeah.
No,
Sorry, I was trying to figure out how to do it.
People were over here switching it. This thing doesn't weigh enough to turn the clip.
They were getting another stand.
I did it. I turned it a few more times. It should be fine.
I'm cool.
Who?
Sorry, I'm just trying to look for updates here. Give me one moment. Oh, sorry for the language. We got drama over the podium, guys. The microphone's on the podium.
So hold on.
Oh, I have a different shot. Hold on a sec. Or do I? Can I use this one? Hold on.
So it doesn't fall over. So put this here. Hold on. Let's get.
Guys, I have a different camera angle I can show you of a different shot. What is that one, though? Do I even want to show that one? Side entrance? Let me get the other camera angle up. The other of a different entrance to the courthouse. Is he getting away with it then, says Tracy Smith? Well, he has been convicted of 2 felonies for transportation for prostitution. He has already served 9 months in jail. So he is convicted of 2 felonies and he's already served 9 months in jail. So he hasn't gotten nothing. Will he get more prison time? I don't know. All right, I'm going to get up the other
No problem.
camera here if I can. That's not it. No, that's not it. Is that it? Or it's the same? Oh, it's the same one. Sorry, I thought I had a different camera angle. Well, I have a camera angle that's a little further away. Here's the other camera angle. It's a little further away. Why is it paused? Oh, hold on. I'll get it going for you. That's the AFP, AFP camera, and Reuters is the other one. AFP feed and Reuters is the other one. Actually, no, yeah, this is just a close-up, right? It's the same thing, but just farther away. Nicholas Johnson thinks the New York justice system is a real joke. Now, this was federal prosecutors, right? This was not state. This was federal. But it's in New York. Washington Post reports that the female attorneys who comprised the U.S. Attorney's prosecution team had glum expressions as they watched several moments of the defense celebration. Oops, I lost that. I gotta switch my shot now. Riri Patton, our viewer, thinks the RICO charge was a long shot. RICO is hard to prove.
This one?
I'm gonna let. I hadn't posted the poll for the Facebook
Check
viewers,
1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check.
so I'm doing that right
Anyone
now.
want a mic check? Check 1 2. Check. All right, I'm gonna do a mic check. Check 1 2. Mic check. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Gonna do a mic check. Let me know if everyone's one more time. Mic check. Check 1 2. Everyone feel good? Want it again? Want it again? I know it's hot, bro. We'll get there. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. This is my normal talking voice. I'll talk like that. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3. Here's how I'll talk if I'm a lawyer in this talking voice, normal talking volume. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. A little bit. You want me to move? I mean,
Ann
Okay.
F., our viewer, thinks
I
his
don't know if
life
that's-
will never be the same.
check. You hear me or no? Okay, good. Good.
Again, he was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation for purposes of prostitution, which each counts carries a maximum 10-year sentence. But from what I understand, he's possibly might not get any additional time. Transportation to engage in prostitution are the 2 counts he was convicted of. Yeah, convicted. Reuters says this was a blow to prosecutors who had urged a jury to find him guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. He was convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution. He said to his family members, "I'm going to be home soon." "81% on Facebook right now of the poll respondents think he will not get any additional jail time. The verdict followed a criminal trial in which, says Reuters, in which 2 of the music mogul's former girlfriends testified that he physically and sexually abused them. The trial focused on prosecutors' allegations that Combs, for 2 decades, used his business empire to force 2 of his romantic partners to take part in drug-fueled, days-long sexual performances, sometimes known as freak-offs, with male sex workers in hotel rooms while Combs watched, I'll say pleasured himself, and occasionally filmed. Grace G. Ski thinks the verdict is so wrong. As I understand it, sex trafficking charges involve the use of force, fraud, or coercion to get somebody to engage in a commercial sex act. Does he go home now? We do not know if he will be allowed to go home on bail. Thanks for voting in the poll. Facebook members as well. Facebook viewers. Give me one moment here. So I think eventually today we'll hear from maybe his legal team and maybe him, but what's happening now is we're not hearing from them yet because at 1 p.m. there's his sentencing, the bail hearing is at 1 p.m. The judge will meet with the prosecution and the legal and his defense team at 1 p.m. to determine whether he gets released on bail. Maybe we'll do another poll. Will he be freed before sentencing? Let's do that poll. I'm posting it right now. I am posting the poll. Okay, and I have to post it on Facebook too as well. Okay, I said, will he be freed before sentencing? And let's see. Oh, wait, it's the same poll. We already did that poll. I said, no, we didn't do that poll. We did not do that poll. We did additional jail time. The question of whether he will get additional jail time when he is sentenced is a different question than whether he will be free before sentencing. So we did not do that poll already. All right. Let me show you what you said about this.
No, this is the jurors. It's called your fault. The jurors might your fault. Except for fucking band shots. We don't even know who's in it.
Now we have, I think the journalists are still maybe arguing with each other. Hey, 63% of you think he will, on YouTube, think he will be freed before sentencing. On Facebook, 65% of you think he will be freed before sentencing. And over there on Twitch, 68% of you think he'll be freed before sentencing. So about 2/3 of you, it seems like, think he's going to be freed before sentencing. Wallace Fry thinks he won't be, but Maya Moon Goddess thinks he will be. Maya Moon Goddess says he will be freed, but he shouldn't be. Silione thinks money buys freedom. Uncle Slappy thinks he will be home before dark. If he is freed and well, I don't know if he would go to LA today or not. I was going to say, if he went to LA today, would there be like a camera when he, like on the plane when it lands in LA? All right. Thanks for voting in our poll. Look, it's the scene outside the courthouse. Hey, thanks to our moderators, by the way. And now remember also, he has been in jail for 9 months before today. 9 months. Thanks to our moderators. Beth Mythical is moderating over on YouTube. Thank you so much, Beth. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Linda Bell Clary, Misha on X, Margaret Riley over there on Facebook, Christina Neal, Paul Anderson. Thanks, Christy Claft, for subscribing on Facebook, and Robert Real II and Margaret Riley. Also, thanks to Emilian for subscribing on Twitch. Almost 2 years. Thank you, Emilian. That's very kind of you. Thanks for the support. Thanks Posico on Twitch and Larry Picklejar. Larry Picklejar says PZ Papa Zulu is too legit to quit. Thanks Buddy Boy Productions on Twitch. And also shout out to Corey Falcon from the Philippines. Thank you, Corey, for your support. Janice Boyles and Xylee, who's been a member for 40 months. Thanks, Xylee. Thanks, Janice, for being a member. Pickled Witch. He was found guilty on 2 charges of transportation for purposes of prostitution. Atlanta, Florida girl is wondering if he was in another state, would he have been guilty on more charges if the trial were in another state? Thank you, Atlanta, Florida girl. Thanks, RCX, our member. Sevenfold 777, our member. Jesse's girl thinks that it was proven in court that he should be guilty of RICO. Well, the jury did not agree. Thanks for being a member, Jesse's girl. Let's go over this. Hold on for you. As you see here, oops, where is it here? Oh, hold on. By the way, hold on a second. Is that his mother? Yes. This is a picture of his mother right there on AP. See that picture right there? With the blue and white shirt and the sunglasses. Janice Combs Wright, mother of Jason Diddy Combs, reacts outside of Manhattan Federal Court. By the way, that's the live shot right there. We lost the volume for a second. Oh, where's my other live shot? I have another live shot. One moment, please. Well, that's not what I wanted. I have the other live shot too. This shot is live, by the way. This shot is live that you're looking at. So you can see here, oops. You can see here it says, Sean Diddy Combs acquitted of most serious charges, convicted of prostitution-related offenses. That is from AP. Guys, people are asking about Brian Kohberger. Is the Brian Kohberger thing, is that televised? I wasn't aware that it's televised. Oh, maybe it is televised. Oh, no, it is. All I have for Brian Kohberger is I have a camera of the front of the courthouse. The court has a live stream up. All right. Well, let me see what I can find on that. I don't even know when that's supposed to be. I mean, if I'm on the air and it's happening, I can throw it up there. Yeah, we talked. I'm aware of the plea deal. We talked about it on the air, and I posted it on my X account a couple days ago. That hearing is at 1 p.m. Eastern time. The Brian Kohberger one. Hang on. Oh. Yeah, it says it's live in 76 minutes. I have the link to watch it. Okay, thanks for letting me know. So, we're not going to do I don't think we're going to do a new stream for that. We'll probably just keep this stream up. We'll probably just keep this stream up, and then maybe we'll show that. Sorry. I was going to give you an update about what happened here. Again, Sean Diddy Combs says AP was convicted of prostitution-related offenses, but acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering charges that could have put him behind bars for life. He could still go to prison for as long as a decade. Oh, hold on a second. What's this? I don't know. Is that him? Could they be taking him out and bringing him back? I don't know. Is there any chance that's Sean Diddy Combs in that vehicle? Do you guys know? Is that Sean Diddy Combs? Did he just leave the courthouse to go back to jail? I don't know. He was not released yet, so he was not freed. I don't know what that van was. That van was on the coverage this morning. Some of our viewers think it's him in there, but some think it's not. I don't know why he'd be leaving if he has a hearing coming up in an hour and 15 minutes. Maybe his family? Well, some of his family members walked out like a while ago. They literally just walked out. Oh, Hala thinks it's Jurors. But the Jurors, I mean, they were released a while ago. Maybe it is. I don't know. He was convicted, Combs was convicted of flying people around the country, including his girlfriends and paid male sex workers, to engage in sexual encounters. A felony violation of the Federal Mann Act, says AP. That's what he was convicted of. You know, he did not testify at his trial. Sean Diddy Combs did not testify at his trial. It featured 34 witnesses as well as video of Combs attacking his former girlfriend, the R&B singer Cassie Ventura. Cassie Ventura's lawyer said after the verdict that by coming forward with her experience, she has left an indelible mark on both the entertainment industry and the fight for justice. Cassie Ventura, his ex-girlfriend, testified for 4 days about her turbulent 11-year relationship with Combs, which began after she signed with his Bad Boy record label, says AP. Cassie said Combs became obsessed with voyeuristic encounters, arranged with the help of his staff, that involved sex workers and copious amounts of baby oil. During the sex events called freak-offs or hotel nights, Combs would order Cassie to do things with other men that she found humiliating, she testified. When things did not go Combs' way, he would beat her, she said. I'm not a rag doll, I'm somebody's child, she told Combs after he dragged her down a hotel hallway in 2016. Another ex-girlfriend, testifying under the pseudonym Jane, told the jury she repeatedly told Combs she didn't want to have sex with the men he hired for their trysts. I'm not an animal, I need a break, she told him. Nevertheless, she said she felt obligated to comply with his demands, in part because he paid her rent. There have been periodic alerts in Israel over the last few days. There is currently a rocket alert near Gaza. I don't know if there's actually a rocket being fired from Gaza, one or more rockets, but I just got it on my phone. So I'll pull that up here. It's not even on there anymore. Looks like it disappeared. I'm looking at so far red alert, and I don't even see it anymore. It says it was 1 minute ago, but it's not even there anymore. I don't know if it's something happened, if it's a false alarm. I'll have to check and see if I get any information about that. The IDF said sirens were sounded. The details are under review. The details are under review. Could have been a false alarm. I don't know. I'll let you know what I hear. The details are being checked right now. Oh, do I have a little graphic here for you, maybe? Oh, I have a graphic. Hey, look, I have a nice graphic from the AP article. Hang on, I'll download this. Well, you can see it on the... You can see it right there. Hey, guys, look. It's from the AP article. Racketeering conspiracy, maximum sentence of life in prison, not guilty. Sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, maximum sentence of life in prison, not guilty. The sex trafficking has a 15-year minimum sentence. Transportation for purposes of prostitution, max sentence of 10 years, guilty. There are the 5 charges right there. Nonk J thinks he'll only get probation. I don't believe there's a minimum. I don't believe there is a minimum. What is this? Oh, sorry. For those charges. I'm not sure, but I don't believe so. Hala thinks money and fame makes the difference. Flor Morena says, what about the beating of Cassie that was on that videotape? Look, he wasn't charged in this trial for that. I'd have to go back and look up whether there were charges related to that and why or why not. I don't know off the top of my head. Hang on one moment here. Oh, I just read something about that. Is that what it was? Was it statute of limitations? Surfing the Darkness said too long ago. Yes. So I'm looking at an article from KTLA from last year where they reported that the LA County District Attorney's Office said that Diddy could not be charged for the 2016 hotel beating of his former girlfriend in LA because it was after the statute of limitations. It had been too long when that beating video, when became public in 2024 of him assaulting his girl, Cassie Ventura. The incident was in 2016. So the district attorney's office in LA County said last year that too much time had passed legally for him to be charged over it. Arturo thinks he might be sentenced to time served or maybe a few more months. The Washington Post says it's not yet clear what kind of punishment he will face for the transportation for prostitution related charges. They say a complex sentencing analysis comes into play following a conviction. He was convicted on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, based on evidence that he hired male escorts to participate in freak-offs with his girlfriends. Those charges have no minimum sentence, and a maximum of 10 years per count. Okay, so no minimum, maximum of 10 years per count. A judge will have to consider federal sentencing guidelines as well as recommendations from a court agency before sentencing. The prosecution and defense usually debate what the sentencing range should be before the judge makes a final call. This can take months or longer. The Washington Post said the sentencing process can take months or longer. And it's not clear if he will be released today as a free man before the sentencing. Proud Patriot thinks he will get time served and 5 years probation. Joshua Grant says, I think he will get out today. Oh, hold on. What is this? The family is back. Look, it's his mother. That's his mother on the right. That is his mother right there. That is his mother. She is waving with the peace sign. That's his mother right there. The mother came back. Okay. Just Dabs, our viewer, says it's his first offense, people. He won't get much. Hey, I'm going to give you a heads up about something. Heads up here. So, guys, I'm going to try to make this work today. So, right now is almost noon, okay? At 12, I'm going to have to take a break. I'm going to leave the stream going because of a work-related thing I need to do, a previous work-related commitment related to this channel. That I need to do around 12. I'm going to take a break, and in a few minutes I'll take a break. But the plan is to try to be back on around 1. Now, at 1 o'clock is when the Diddy sentencing hearing starts. Not the sentencing. It's when the Diddy bail hearing starts. So we'll want to get an update about that. Also, at 1 Eastern is when the Brian Kohberger plea deal hearing is supposed to happen. So I'd like to show that to you as well. So in a little bit, I'm going to take a break and put a sign up saying I'll be back. And the plan is to be back around by 1. That's my hope. So just so you know. Oh, let me show you the other camera angle, by the way, here. So I apologize for that today, but that's what's going to happen. Well, not much. We're hearing some people say things in the background. Regarding the Bryan Kohberger case, if I can just say something about that. That's a different case. That's in Idaho. And Bryan Kohberger is set to plead guilty in the University of Idaho stabbings to avoid the death penalty. That's going to happen today. See, that's from AP. He agreed to a plea deal just weeks before his trial was going to begin. Yeah, we may do a stream when the House is voting on the big, beautiful bill again. I need to... In a few minutes, I will need to take a break until about 1 p.m. and then I'll be good to go. But there is a channel-related matter I need to be dealing with that was previously scheduled that is coming up that I will need a little time to do. I have not heard that. I have not heard that the House is voting. The House is dealing with the BBB, but I have not heard that they're voting on it in the next few minutes. I know they want to get it passed by the 4th. Yeah, I have not heard. Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, that's not something that's going to happen in the next few minutes. No, right now it is 12:02 Eastern Time. I know some people sent me messages. Hold on, I gotta check my messages too. Zero Fox, our viewer, thinks if you are with enough money, you are above the law in the USA. That's what Zero Fox said. Now remember, he was convicted of 2 felonies and he has already spent 9 months in jail. Jesse Salem said, how long has he been in jail for? 9 months. Gray Viras, our viewer, thinks they are minor felonies. All right, what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to take a quick break right now for a few minutes, because we're going to stay on the air because at 1 p.m. his bail hearing starts. So we'll find out after 1 p.m. if Diddy is going to be freed today before his sentencing, and also at 1 p.m. the Brian Koberger court appearance is supposed to happen, which I'd like to show you. So, but I'm going to leave now for just a few minutes, and then I'll come back. So we're going to keep the stream going. But for right now, I got to leave for just a few minutes right now. Just take a break. All right. Maybe 5 to 10 minutes right now. So let me do that. And I'll be back in just a few minutes, and then we'll talk, and then I'll take my break until 1. Oh, maybe sooner. But, all right. So I'm going to leave the camera up. I got to take my headphones off. My earbuds. I always call them headphones, but they're earbuds. We'll stop for a minute here. All right, so give me a few minutes. I'm coming right back. In a few minutes, I'll be right back.
need my microphone, but I don't know. I know.
Yeah.
Thanks for your patience. All right, hang on a moment. One moment. One moment. One moment here. I got to get a couple things on the screen. So at 1 p.m. the Brian Kohberger hearing is happening, which I would like to show you. I need to take a break at 12:30 and leave the stream going. But my plan is to be back by 1.
Too much stress for me. Way too much stress for me.
My plan is to be back by 1 and then show you the Kohberger thing. We already did a poll about whether Diddy would be released before his sentencing, and about 2/3 of you thought he would be. So, hold on. Now there's a video I have from outside the Kohberger hearing. Let me show you that real quick, if I can. Well, hang on. Can I get that up on the screen? No.
It's daycare. Prison is daycare, people.
Steve, if you could tell the judge one thing today, what would it be?
Do what's right. Do what you know. I mean, 4 people died in their sleep. You know, if we had 4 other people that weren't college students, this would be the death penalty.
What do you want us to know about Caleb today?
Kaylee will be ashamed of what happened today.
What do you want to happen? Why do you want this to go to trial?
Because they're my peers. This community will decide that he's guilty. We can take it out of frickin' Thompson's hands. One man shouldn't decide what 4 souls are worth.
You said
Let's go.
They made a deal with the devil?
Move. Yeah, they did. That's Thompson. Thompson made a deal with Koberger. He was the only person that was considered.
What do you think of the other families who are glad this is happening to them?
Well, that's good enough for their kids. Doesn't mean it was good enough for mine.
Do you have any messages about his family?
Yeah, what do you want?
We know when you flew out here. We know. We have your flight records.
How are you preparing to see him today?
I'm not going to see him. Not here.
When you say you know the flight records, what do you mean, Steve?
I know when his parents booked their flight. When his father did.
What does that mean?
You'll find out.
Would you like to say something to them?
No, I don't care about him.
The rest of your family went inside. Is it important for them to be in it today?
Yeah, for sure.
But where are you going? Are you not?
I'm just getting out of this zoo.
You're not staying in?
No, I'm not going in there.
Steve,
Guys, move.
would you
Get
be
out of the
willing
way.
would you be willing to come on the air? We can have you live on the air and you can say whatever you want. Would you
I'll
come
get it.
over with me?
No, I'm
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm getting out of
Okay, Aunt Jeanette, I just wanted to say hi.
All right.
That's the father of one of the 4 college students that was murdered by Brian Koberger.
And we'll do interviews like when this thing's over. We'll come out here with our kids and we'll meet them. But I can't do this for 2 hours, guys.
What did I say?
I don't know how to pronounce his last name. It's Steve. Is it I'm going to pronounce
I
this.
don't want to participate in Brian's deal.
That's understandable. I'm actually a father of a daughter myself.
Is
She's
it
1 year old.
Calves or Gon
Yeah, and I
Calves?
can't imagine.
brother.
I cannot imagine what you're going through. I won't pretend to know.
Thank you.
I
appreciate it.
But that being said, good to see you, Steve.
Yeah. Go Boise, man.
Go Boise State, right.
I love those boys.
Yeah, you're going to talk to us.
But again, he's the father of one of the
Yeah, we'll probably be back in
kids
like
that
an
was
hour
killed.
when the court starts, and then we can go out there and we'll deal with all this. But I just stayed right there.
Gonsalves? I don't know. I don't know which is.
We're all disappointed. We're very disappointed. We worked too long, too hard for half-ass efforts.
Is that directed towards Judge Hitler?
Hitler hasn't done anything. He inherited this. Hopefully he can fix it. I'm not blaming nothing on Hitler. I'm putting this all on Thompson and Lata Kennedy. You know, they tore that house down. They've done everything to hide this. Why did this get done over the weekend? As soon as the investigation starts, they're cowards. They're running from it. I'm not supporting them.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
I'd appreciate it
Yes,
if
sir.
you guys left us here.
All right. Take care.
Confidential and out of the job. Thank you.
So here's what's going to happen here. What's going to happen here is let me explain what's going to happen to you guys. So in a few minutes, I'm going to have to take a break. But my plan is to come back. I have to take a break for a work-related commitment that was scheduled previously. So, but I'm going to come back. The idea is to be back by 1 p.m. Eastern Time. 1 p.m. Eastern Time. It's 12:24. At which point, at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 things are happening. The bail hearing to see whether Diddy gets free today before his sentencing, and we're supposed to have live coverage of the Brian Koberger plea deal hearing. Okay? So I'm going to be covering both of those things, but I need to just put on the screen that I'm taking a break Steve is taking a short break. Sorry. He will be back by 1 p.m. to cover Diddy bail hearing and show live video of Brian Koberger plea deal hearing. Oh, thank you to Irish Sweetness. That's so kind of you, Irish Sweetness. I really appreciate the memberships. Thank you. Also, thanks Darren Keeley, our member, Janice Boyle, Xylee42. Thank you. So again, I'm sorry to have to do this right now, but I got to do it. So let me put this on the screen for you. Look at this big announcement. Steve is taking a short break. Sorry. He will be, I can put it right up here. He will be back by 1 p.m. ET. That's my goal. My goal is to be back by 1 p.m. Okay? Hopefully sooner, but I can't guarantee it. All right. So, hang out here. Thank you so much to our mods for being here. Hang out as soon as I can. I'm coming right back, and we'll continue our coverage, and I'll leave this on the screen for you.
Yeah, so good.
All right, we're back. I know I had a typo on the screen. We're ready to go. We're back. Now, here's what we have to do. We have to get this off the screen. We have to, I'm going to post, well, I'm going to wait. I'm gonna post real quick on the social media of the channel that we are going to be covering we are live covering live the Bryan Kohberger plea deal hearing that starts at 1 ET during our ongoing live stream about the Sean Diddy Combs verdict. We are awaiting the decision on whether to grant him bail, on whether he will be freed today before his sentencing. Link to stream below. Okay, now, thanks, I am back. So, in 10 minutes, the Bryan Kohberger, in about 9 minutes, the Bryan Kohberger plea deal hearing starts. So my plan is to show that live, and that is there. That's the Bryan Kohberger plea hearing. Where is that at? And I assume we'll get people in the Diddy case coming out of the courthouse after the bail decision, and they will speak and we'll have live coverage of that. So we have multiple things we're covering here. And the Bryan Kohberger hearing is in Boise, Idaho. So give me a moment here. All right, so thank you for being with our stream right now. Appreciate our moderators. Shout out to Beth Mythical moderating on YouTube, and over there on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and McBritches, thank you. On Facebook, microphone problem. Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, thanks for moderating there. Thanks, by the way, to Ralph Stallworth, who's one of our subscribers over on Facebook, too. And Linda Bell, Larry, Misha on X. Thank you for moderating. And we are waiting right now. Hold on a second. Let me get the court thing up there. So that right there is the Idaho court video right there. So soon we will, when that starts, we're going to go full screen on that. Sean Diddy Combs was convicted on 2 counts of transporting people for prostitution. But he was acquitted on the more serious counts of charges of sexual, sex trafficking and racketeering. He was acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, and there's no minimum sentence for the 2 transportation to engage in prostitution charges, but the max sentence is 10 years for those charges. So, and in about 6 minutes, the hearing will start to determine whether Diddy is free until the sentencing. It's possible that we could have the Brian Kohberger hearing and people coming out and giving interviews in the Diddy case at the same time, which will be non-ideal. Okay, this is going to be live Boise, Idaho. Okay. Oopsie. Uh-oh, somebody walked out. Wait, who's this? I don't know who that is. I don't know who that was. Sorry. I missed it. There's too much going on. Too much is happening. Thanks, by the way, to Jersey, Texas, our member, and Irish Sweetness. Thank you for all the memberships, Irish Sweetness. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Colleen Taipon says, shocked he wasn't guilty on all of the counts. So again, in 3 minutes or so, we will have the Idaho broadcast. There's a lot going on right now. What I'll do is live Boise, Idaho, Brian Kohberger plea deal hearing. Can we make this work? Yes, we will have live footage of the plea deal hearing, from what I understand. JMED thinks if Diddy were a normal person, he would get a fine and probation. No, sentencing for Diddy will take place in the future. It may take months or longer to sentence him, but we're awaiting the decision on whether he will be freed today until sentencing. There are police in front of the Diddy case. Bungee jumper thinks he will be given bail. Maya Moon Goddess said those are his daughters. Is that true? I did not know. I have to leave the Idaho thing up because that is about to start now. We are showing you both things. I might go full screen on the Idaho thing. They are not live yet in Idaho. I will also check updates about what's going on in the courtroom because the Diddy bail hearing is about to start. So I will check on that for you. Let me see a couple things here. Diddy could be freed today. GBRC thinks, GBRC-EFC, thank you. GBRC-EFC thinks, since he was found guilty on 2 federal crimes, no way he is walking out of that court today. Bail should not be an option. That's what GBRC says. Thank you, GBRC. Again, he has been in jail 9 months before the verdict today. Was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted on the 3 most serious charges for sex trafficking and racketeering. I have not seen yet updates from inside the courthouse, but I will look. I saw a report that I've seen a couple reports that family members of the victims are now in the courtroom in Idaho. We are going to be bringing you a live video of that hearing in Idaho. Bonus coverage. Zerx 13, I'm not aware that the House is voting on the bill anytime in the next few minutes. I have not seen any reporting that the House is about to vote on the big, beautiful bill. We may cover that when it happens, but I have not seen any reporting suggesting that is imminent. It still needs to be determined. The House and Senate need to agree on the version of the bill, I believe. Grit Grind Logic says they are voting on rules. Aero Advocate Luxury Travel says they are voting on amendments first. But everything I'm reading says that they're not yet voting to pass the bill. Yes, lots of news today. Still no live video there from Boise, from Idaho. Kinsley says today is nuts. Lots of news today. Stasha Morgan, our viewer, says he could be let out with an ankle monitor. Brian Enton, who's a journalist who's in Idaho, says he is outside the courtroom waiting to go in. Also, I have not seen any reporting that the Diddy bail meeting has started yet. It's supposed to start any moment now. We are supposed to hear from the defense attorneys in the Diddy case today. Any moment now, live video from Idaho. Thanks to Arctic Thigh 1, Arctic Thigh 1, for being for the gift membership. And Christina, our new member, thank you. I see a dog. I wonder if he is free today, would Diddy speak outside the courtroom? I don't know if he'll speak. Crimson thinks Diddy will do a social media post. Oh, I believe the black van, because I just saw a video from Oldia Scootercaster. The black van we saw leaving before, I guess it came back, is for the family, I believe. A little summary here from AP. Sean Diddy Combs was acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering charges that could have put him behind bars for life. He was convicted of lesser prostitution-related offenses and still faces prison time, possibly, but might be released on bail today. No minimum sentence for the 2 charges of transportation to engage in prostitution, but maximum is 10 years for each of them. I believe this is his first conviction. AP says the jury of 8 men and 4 women acquitted Combs of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking charges related to allegations that he used his money, power, and frightening physical force to manipulate his girlfriends into hundreds of drug-fueled sex marathons with the men. He was convicted of flying people around the country, including his girlfriends and paid male sex workers, to engage in sexual encounters, a felony violation of the Federal Mann Act. Cherry Cola thinks if the bail is granted, that might mean the judge is thinking of a lighter sentence. And if no bail, maybe heavy to maximum sentence. Maybe. Thanks, Cherry Cola, for your support. The verdict already came out. We're waiting for the sentencing. No, we're not. We're not waiting for the sentence. We're waiting for whether he will be freed today or not before sentencing. Sentencing could take months. And we're still waiting for the start of the Brian Kohberger plea deal hearing. Clementine Jane thinks he will get time served, and that's it. Thanks, Christina, for shouting out the mods. I appreciate that, Christina, and thanks for your support. By the way, Jake Sherman of Punch Bowl News says the House is currently starting a series of votes about rule. It sounds like they're rule-related votes, which they would need to pass to begin debating the big, beautiful bill. So they are not about to vote on the bill itself. Nettie P. thinks Diddy will get time served and 5 years probation. Will he walk out today? We're going to find out soon. Oh, do I have a Reuters sketch? Hold on. Oh my gosh, I have a picture from Reuters of the courtroom of what Diddy did after the verdicts were read. Are you guys ready? I'm going to show you a picture. A courtroom drawing from Reuters. Watch this. Check this out. Hang on a moment here. You're going to find this interesting. All right, guys. Here it is. Are you ready to see the courtroom drawing from Reuters of what Diddy did when the verdicts were read? Ready? Here it is. Watch this. It's coming up right now. Here is the courtroom drawing. Let me get rid of this for a moment. Here it is. Oh my gosh, there he is. That is from Reuters. That is what Diddy looked like after the verdicts were read. That is from this article. Sean Diddy Combs cleared of sex trafficking and racketeering, convicted on lesser charges. They say Sean Diddy Combs reacts after verdicts are read. Again, that is the Reuters courtroom artwork. So I wanted to show you that. And then there's another picture of him as the, oh, here's another picture. Here's, oh, hold on, Brian Kohberger hearing. Brian Kohberger hearing right now. We're at the Brian Kohberger hearing. Hold on, I want to get this on the screen. Brian Kohberger hearing. Uh-oh, all right.
All right, this is CR0124. All right, this is CR0124316665. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Miss.
I know we have two double audio. I got to fix the audio.
Miss Taylor, Miss Massoff.
I got to fix the audio.
The state's present with Mr. Thompson, Mr.
Fixed.
Horowitz, Miss Jennings, and Mr. Nye is here as well. Am I miss anybody? I'm sorry.
Ms. Allen is here as well.
Ms. Allen is here as well. All right, we are here today to entertain a change of plea. Before I start, I want to address some issues of concern and otherwise. First, I appreciate everybody in attendance today being on their best behavior. Please, no outbursts or demonstrations. Any such conduct will result in immediate removal and may result in an inability to attend further court proceedings in this case. I want to point out that there have been calls by some for the public to contact me and my office in an attempt to influence my decision-making in this case. This has been extraordinarily disruptive for court staff and the ability for them to get work done, not only in this case, but in other cases where defendants are entitled to have their cases processed, and frankly, as important, if not more so, for victims to have their cases processed in those cases. It's also highly inappropriate. A court is not supposed to, and this court will never, take into account public sentiment in making an opinion regarding its judicial decisions in cases. Courts should, and I always will, make decisions based on where the facts and the law lead me. Period. I have not read any of the numerous messages nor listened to any of the numerous voicemails that have been sent to me and my staff. Those have all been forwarded to security and, where appropriate, to law enforcement. I ask that you not continue to mount such campaigns or to send me information like this because, again, it is not appropriate and, frankly, not something I would take into account when deciding a matter in a case like this. I also want people to understand some very basic concepts about the ideas of separation of powers and what the court's duties are and what the duties and the rights of the executive, or in this case, the prosecuting attorney, is. The executive, the elected prosecutor, is the sole authority in deciding what charges to pursue, including whether, as well as what penalties to ask for, and what penalties to pursue, including the death penalty. This court cannot require the prosecutor to seek the death penalty, nor would it be appropriate for this court to attempt to do that. This court, in considering a plea agreement, if it were to reject this plea agreement, cannot force the state to seek the death penalty. My role and power in considering a plea agreement is extremely limited. My role is to ensure that the defendant's plea is given freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. If those things are met, I can only reject a plea, such as the one in this case, where I'm not being asked to agree to the sentence in advance. I can only reject it, for example, if the defendant does not meet or admit to all of the elements of the crime. That is, I can ensure what is called a factual basis to the plea. Finally, I want to offer my apologies to all the families, including the victims' families, the families of the defendant, for the short notice for today's hearing, and I'm sure what must have been the hurried efforts to get here. I, like most everyone else, learned of this plea agreement Monday afternoon and had no inkling of it beforehand. Prior to that time, I was under the belief that this case was proceeding to trial, as had been indicated, and my staff and I were busy continuing to work on preparations to have potentially 10,000 citizens of Ada County come to jury duty starting in mid-July, with the questionnaire process in mid-July. It was, once I learned of the defendant's decision to change his plea in this case, it was important that I take the plea as soon as possible because of the extraordinary administrative efforts that were otherwise attendant to the process of this, getting this trial potentially underway on time, and including the significant process of bringing, again, potentially up to 10,000 jurors to come in and fill out juror questionnaires prior to the beginning of the voir dire process. And so it was important that we, if we're going to go down this road, do so expeditiously so that we can avoid those costs and expenses associated with that. Otherwise, if it was not going to result in a plea, or if for some reason the plea were to fall through today, that we could continue diligently towards trial at the time specified. And so that obviously required that we act quickly, and so some folks may have not had the amount of time that we would otherwise allow for them to travel here. And so, again, I apologize for that. I want to make people aware that during the hearing, if you are to leave the courtroom for any reason, you will not be readmitted during the hearing. Also, when we finish the hearing this morning, I ask that the public and media wait in their seats until the victims' families and the defendants' families and others are escorted out of the courtroom before you start to leave. Finally, I want to acknowledge the trial court administrator and her staff, the Ada County Sheriff, and the Ada County 4th District Marshal Service for the huge lift that they've accomplished in preparing for and orchestrating this hearing today, as well as to all the security attendant today that you see, and some of whom you, many of whom you don't see, with less than 48 hours notice. And so I appreciate the hard work that they've been doing. Frankly, some of them while they were on some vacation prior to the trial starting and had to call that short. And so I appreciate very much their professionalism and dedication. All right. That said, let's move to the business of today. I understand the state and the defense have reached a plea agreement in this case. For the record, I have a written plea agreement which indicates in sum the defendant will plead guilty to all 5 counts in the indictment: burglary, felony, and first-degree murder, 4 counts. The state and the defendant stipulate, that is, that the defense is not free to argue for a lesser sentence at sentencing, to the following. The defendant on the burglary charge will be sentenced to 10 years fixed, and that the defendant on counts 2 through 5, the 4 counts of first-degree homicide, on each count would receive a fixed life sentence, all 5 of those counts to run consecutive to one another. Defendant, as part of the plea agreement, waives his right to appeal, as well as his right to appeal the sentence and his right to seek leniency or reconsideration of the sentence under Idaho Criminal Rule 35. This is not a Rule 11 agreement, meaning the court is not bound by the plea agreement and could impose a different lawful sentence at sentencing. The stipulated agreement between the parties is the maximum on each count, so theoretically the only thing the court could do would be a lesser sentence at sentencing. But the defendant is not free to ask the court to do so under the plea agreement. Are there any other material terms of the plea agreement that the parties would like to make? Obviously, the plea agreement, the written plea agreement will speak for itself and be part of the court record.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very well. All right. Ms. Taylor, have you had sufficient time to discuss this case and all of its ramifications with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Have you discussed fully with him his rights, defenses, and possible consequences to him of the guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you been able to do all the discovery you feel necessary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you informed your client of the importance of providing the court truthful and accurate answers in taking this plea today?
I have.
Have you apprised your client of any and all offers and counteroffers and answered his questions about those?
Yes.
Do you consent to the entry of the plea today?
I do.
All right, Mr. Koberger, I need to ask you some questions this afternoon, or I guess it's this morning still. I do this to ensure that so that I am assured that you understand the nature of the charges to which I understand you're going to plead guilty, as well as the possible consequences to you of your guilty pleas. I want to make sure your plea is given voluntarily, and I want to make sure that you actually committed the crimes to which you're pleading guilty, because I don't want you to plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit. If you attempt to plead guilty today, but for some reason I don't accept your plea, then it is possible that your statements today could be used against you later at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And now, while you're standing, actually, why don't you take the oath from the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter not being before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Koberg, just to make it easier, you don't need to stand when you speak to me. I appreciate the sign of respect, but for convenience, you can remain seated, all right? Before I start asking you questions today, have you consumed substantive questions? Let me ask you, have you consumed any alcohol, drug, or other intoxicating substance that would impair your ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the possible penalties are for each of the crimes to which I understand you're going to offer a guilty plea today. They include, on count 1, the burglary, a fine of up to $50,000 and a period of incarceration of up to 10 years in the state penitentiary. You may be required to pay restitution to any victims of the crime. Count 2, 3, 4, and 5 for first-degree murder. The consequences include a fine of up to $50,000, a period of incarceration of life imprisonment, which is a requirement of a sentence, that it be a life sentence with a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 10 years on each of those counts. In addition, you would be potentially responsible for a fine of up to $5,000 to each of the victims of your crime, to be enforced in the form of a civil judgment, to operate as additional punishment. This is in excess of any restitution or fines that the court could order. And again, you may be required to pay restitution to the victims of the crime. You would be required to provide, as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression, and potentially pay for analysis of those samples. You would lose any right to possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, the right to serve on jury duty, the right to hold public office, and the right to vote. Do you understand the charges and all those possible consequences?
Yes.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone, other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
And counsel, obviously there have been a number of motions filed to suppress evidence in this case. Other than those filed, are there any other motions that you felt were available with respect to Rule 12?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Koberg, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied with the advice you've received?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you to your satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
I have received a written guilty plea advisory questionnaire that is purported to be filled out by you. Did you fill that document out?
Yes.
Did you understand the questions that you answered in this document?
Yes.
And are the answers that are outlined in this document your answers?
Yes.
Are those answers truthful?
Yes.
Did you sign the document?
Yes.
And this document outlines many of the rights that you have in this case. Should you not plead guilty, did you understand those rights?
Yes.
They include a right to a jury trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to the presumption of innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They have the right to require the state to prove your guilt as to each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to confront your accusers and cross-examine witnesses presented by the state, including by utilizing the subpoena power of the court to accomplish that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand you would have a privilege against self-incrimination and a right to remain silent, meaning you would not be compelled to testify if you did not wish to, had you not pled guilty.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up that privilege and those rights that I've just outlined by pleading guilty.
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the state would have had to have proven at trial had you, to the crimes that you're pleading guilty to, had you, if you didn't plead guilty. Let me find the document. Hang on a second here. All right. So as to count one burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count two, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died. As to count three, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count four, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count five, also murder in the first degree, that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
I want to also make, for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing at his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Lake Tahoe County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was a traffic stop of Mr. Kohberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Brian Kohberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence includes west part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off. It would show a vehicle matching the description of the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m. Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end, and then leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogan and Caitlin Gonzalez. The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Logan's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the 3rd floor, it was on the 2nd floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were 2 other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, the defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom would see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walinta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks it heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment, where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Koberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. He was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up. The defendant's phone then went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined, on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th of 2022, Business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Kohberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Kohberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Kohberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI, who assisted immensely with this case, working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Mogen's body in the bed. Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court, and the public, the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office. Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. We try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had been meticulously cleaned inside. And the state would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits that the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, excuse me, Mr. Kohberger entered the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted, and that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought, Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Santa Colonel. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Based on the state's proffer and importantly based upon defendant's explicit admission to committing these crimes, the court finds there is a factual basis. Therefore, with respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Kohlberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree, as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogan, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Gonsalves, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Right. The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. The court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and that finds the defendant believes the plea to be in his best interest. I find that the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered. I'll continue the matter for sentencing in this case. I think it was mentioned on the call Monday afternoon the defense wishes to waive a pretrial investigation. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state also?
Yes, Your Honor. The state does not believe pre-sentence investigation is needed given the evidence that is available. We want to, though, make sure that all of the victims have the opportunity to make statements to the court at sentencing.
Absolutely. And certainly both the state and the defense may present whatever sentencing memorandum and other documents you wish me to consider. The victims will be given an opportunity to provide the statements that they wish to at sentencing. Do we need more than 1 full day for sentencing?
I do not believe so, Your Honor. Obviously, we have numerous victims, and we have victims who share unique perspectives on this, and we want to make sure that they all have time to express their feelings to the court. But I believe that if we can start perhaps 8:30 or so in the morning, that we should be able to complete it all in 1 day.
Defense agree with that in terms of the time frame?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So as it happens, we have some time reserved in this case in July and August. The week of July 22nd is available. I don't know if that's too soon for the parties, or the next week, the week of August 4, is available. Any preference?
Your Honor, we're prepared as soon as the court wants to schedule it.
The state, I believe, would be prepared on the 22nd. Right. We've told the victims' families that we're looking at approximately those dates.
All right. So because of the plan to bring in so many jurors to fill out questionnaires, I had ordered that no other trials could take place in this courthouse the week of July 22nd. And so we will use that in terms of the sentencing date because of what I'm sure will be the significant interest of the media and the public and the logistics that will be required to make that happen. Without trials going, it'll be a lot easier to do that. So let's pick that week. Why don't we pick July 23rd with the idea that if for some reason we don't finish, we could continue into the 24th. We'll start at 9 in the morning. Does that give your team enough time, Sandra? 9 in the morning? All right. Any concerns with that date?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, sir.
All right. Any reason why I should not rescind the non-dissemination order at this time?
You're right. I think that given the history of this case, it would be best if that remained in place through sentencing, so we have time to make sure there's the ability to completely answer questions. That would be the state's preference and recommendation.
We'd have no objection for the order to remain in place through sentencing.
All right. I will, at this point, the idea to keep it until sentencing, which time it would be withdrawn in order to give the parties the space and time to prepare to meet what I'm sure will be the deluge of media requests. That's at least my preliminary decision at this point. We can always revisit if it seems to be, for some reason, I should. That said, obviously, I don't think the defendant, a bond was ever set for the defendant. Were it would be revoked. The prior order allowing him to come in civilian clothes is revoked, given his plea and no longer the presumption of innocence. And in fact, now the actual conviction for the crimes. He will continue to be held at the jail pending sentencing. Is there anything else today?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I assume that the trial date will be vacated and those 4 jurors will be released.
The trial will be vacated, and I'm sure that the jury commissioner will get word to those that receive their summons that they won't be required to attend. So,
Thank you,
that said, again, if you would all please wait for the parties and the victims' families and others to leave the courtroom before you do, I would appreciate it. And with that, we're adjourned.
So there was the plea deal hearing. Oh, there you go. So there goes the video. All right, hold on a second. So what I want to do is take this off the screen. Take this off the screen. One moment here while I fix everything. Take that off the screen. Oh, wait. No, yeah, they're back. All right, we just saw the plea deal hearing where Brian Kohberger pled guilty to the murders of 4 college students in Idaho. I think that was 2022, was it? I have to look it up. And he is going to spend life in prison. But no death penalty. No death penalty. So we just saw that, and now we're going to go back to New York City, where we're going to find out at some point if Diddy will be freed, Sean Diddy Combs will be freed before his sentencing. So let me go back to this. I'll take some comments from you guys in a second, but let me just get this back on the screen so we're back with this. Okay, so this is going to be live New York City. We'll get some sound on for you. Hang on a moment here. We're going to be hearing, at least from the defense lawyers, I believe, once they come out. And let me check for updates on this. So will he be freed? And I'm going to look and see if I have any updates for you on this. We're waiting to see if he is freed, Diddy, before his sentencing. The sentencing could be months from now. He has been in jail for 9 months. Okay, so... Yes. So at some point, I think sometime soon, we're going to hear whether he is going to be freed or not. And then we're going to hear from some people. All right, hang on one moment here. Let me just figure out what I have here. Oh, did they change it? Oh, yes. Well, I don't know that. One of our viewers just mentioned this. CNN is now reporting that the bail hearing is 5 p.m. The bail hearing is 5 p.m., says CNN. Well, that's That's 3 hours from now. That's a long time. That's a long time. Should I just leave the stream up until then? I could leave it up. I mean, I'm not going to sit here until 5 p.m. I'll come back. But yeah, again, bail hearing set for 5 p.m. CNN is reporting that right now. That's what they just said. I don't know that I want to do another stream. Yes, his bail hearing has been set for 5 p.m. I might just leave the broadcast up and just say, we will be back to cover if nothing else happens. I mean, I don't really like doing a whole other stream for just that. Why do people care if I take it down? Does it matter to you if it's still up or not? Why does that matter? What is it? Is it create a problem for you if it's up rather than rather than doing a whole other stream? If the mods need to take a break, that's fine. I'll keep an eye on it, and you know, I understand if the mods can't be here. That's okay. It's just I would rather not do a whole other stream. Oh, hold on. I have video from Idaho. Hold on a second. There's video from Idaho. Hang on. What is this? Is this family members? Family members from Idaho. Hold on. What's this? This is Idaho. I think that's family of one of the college students who was killed. That's a live video, by the way. But it doesn't look like he's really talking to the press right now. Kaylee's parents, one of our viewers just said. Is that Steve Gonsalves, who we saw earlier?
Yeah, I can go there.
Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment.
How are you feeling right now? Pretty bad. Feel like down? You said earlier that you made a deal, that they made a deal with the devil. You still feel that way? Yeah. Run with the devil.
The defendant is the devil.
When you don't include the families in the deal, what other ways can you stop? Your daughter's out of the way, please. Please move right in court with those details. What was that like? It was terrible. We let her down. I let my daughter down. Trusting in this.
As bad as you could possibly imagine.
Did your opinion of the Latah County prosecutor change after hearing him lay out the case that he would have presented?
No. Just furthermore, he had the strongest case, and it was a case given to him by the FBI agent, and he just let it slip through his fingers.
Is there anything he said that surprised you?
No.
No, not really.
Hey guys, can you not be in between us?
Sorry guys.
Stay off the side.
Thanks for being strong for your family, Steve. Thank you, buddy. Have a good one. What's your name again? Aaron Cox. Reuters. God bless you guys. I'm really sorry.
Bless you guys. Be safe. Go Federal.
I don't think we need that up anymore, but I'll keep. Oh, hold on. There's a, well, I don't even know if we'll see that. So the bail hearing is 5 p.m. So, a reminder, we have been on the air covering the Sean Diddy Combs verdict. He was acquitted on the 3 most serious charges. He was convicted on the 2 transportation for purposes of prostitution charges, which you can see right here on the AP article. Racketeering, conspiracy, not guilty. Sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, 2 charges, not guilty. Transportation for purposes of prostitution, 2 charges, guilty. Each of those charges he is guilty on carries no minimum sentence, a 10-year maximum. He has already done 9 months in jail before today. So, will he get any additional jail time? I don't know. Will he be freed today on bail before sentencing, which could take months? I don't know. The sentencing hearing is at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. sentencing hearing. I'm sorry. The sentencing hearing is not today. The bail hearing is 5 p.m. The bail hearing is 5 p.m. Sentencing could be months from now. So bail hearing is 5 p.m. We are not going to hear a sentence today, but we will hear today, we should hear today, whether he's going to be freed before his sentencing. Chaz Martin said he would be mad if he walks on bail. The sentencing, we don't have a date for it. It could be months from now. Udon Ball thinks he will drop an album in a week. By the way, let me thank a couple people. Let me thank a couple people quickly here. I owe a couple thank yous. Thank you so much to Ronald Kame. Hey, thanks, Ronald. I appreciate it. Endless XX, our member, new member. Lisa Sutz. Thanks, Lisa Sutz, for your post for the information. Thank you to Soka Deb, our new member, or for the gift membership. Soka Deb, thanks. Kira Kiwi for your support. Dewey 1851. Kimberly and Hayes. Kim Hayes, thank you so much. Quackers Emoji, thank you. Kelly Smith, thank you, who says 4 beautiful people will never have a chance to live their lives. Thanks to Brian Koberger, she said, who she called a demon. Thank you, Christina R23 from Canada. And also thank you to all of our moderators who have been here during our coverage. We have Ruth over there on YouTube, BZ, Beth Mythical over there. Thank you for moderating. On Twitch, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire. Matthew Kohai 3 on Facebook. Kay Lowry Body has been over there. Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Thanks also Melissa Yakobaki for subscribing over there on Facebook. And Kay and Margaret. And Roger Stallworth. All of our other subscribers over there. Cindy Dennis, thanks for subscribing. And Christy Claff, thanks for subscribing. Shout out to our Twitch subscribers. I want to shout out our Twitch subscribers too. Guy from the 207, thanks for subscribing over there. Foamy Boater. Shaggy in Wall Street, Susan CHF04. DILG Warren, thanks for being a subscriber on Twitch. Hefty Charter. Devil Doc, Nick Knack. Army Vet, all of our other subscribers over on Twitch. I think I might leave the stream up and then come back for the bail. I think that's what I'm going to do. At this point, I think that's, if there's some other huge news, I can just end the stream, but in the meantime, I think I'll just leave the stream up. So 5 p.m. Eastern time is the bail hearing. Oh, I have another courtroom sketch. Breaking news, I have another courtroom sketch of Diddy of what happened when Diddy, when the verdict was read, which Diddy was happy about because he did not get convicted on the 3 most serious charges. So let me show you another courtroom sketch I just found out I had. Get ready here. Are you ready for another courtroom sketch? I actually had 2 I wanted to show you. All right, this is the AP courtroom sketch of what Diddy did after his verdict was read. All right, here it is. Are you guys ready to see the courtroom sketch? So, there is the article from Associated Press. Here is the courtroom sketch from AP of how Diddy reacted when the verdict was read. There it is. Look, there he is. There he is. That is the AP courtroom sketch. Then that person up there is smiling. See the person smiling up there? That person's smiling too. I think they have a close-up of that too. Hold on. Here's the close-up. Here's the close-up from AP courtroom sketch. That's Diddy after his... Does he have gray hair now? I don't know. Then I'm going to show you the one from... Larry Picklejar says it's a pretty good sketch for just grabbing something in the moment. I want to show you the Reuters one. He always did, he just dyed it, says Red Kiwi. I have not been keeping up with his hair. Oh, so people are saying that he wasn't able to dye. One of our viewers said Fred Flintstone said he couldn't dye his hair in prison, and that's why it was gray. This is a photo of him in 2018 from the AP article. Now, the Reuters article also had courtroom sketches. Let me show you what the Reuters article had. Hang on a moment here. Oh my gosh, I have three courtroom sketches from Reuters, guys. Wait a second here. Let me show you these 3 courtroom sketches coming up from the Reuters article. We've only seen one of them so far, so I'm going to show you 2 more. Here we go. These are all of him reacting as the verdicts were read. Are you ready to see the courtroom sketches from the Reuters article? Let's throw those up there for you. All right, so the article is called Sean Diddy Combs Cleared of Sex Trafficking and Racketeering, Convicted on Lesser Charges. Here, let me show you this. Here is a courtroom sketch from Reuters of Diddy reacting. There he is. He's reacting. He is looking back probably towards his family as the verdict is read. Northern Grace says, sketchy sketches? Why are they sketchy? Brad Horner says, I want to buy that painting. Here's another one of him reacting after the verdict. Okay, here's another one. Look at this one. Here's another picture of Diddy reacting in the courthouse from the Reuters courtroom artist. There might be one more. There might be one more. Or a bigger version of one of the ones we just looked at. Yeah, here's the bigger version. This is another one which we saw part of it. This is a bigger version. So that is the scene of Diddy reacting when the verdict was being read, right there, from Reuters. Kira Kiwi thinks it's going to be a meme. So we got to see some courtroom sketches. You can see Reuters. Sean Diddy Combs cleared of sex trafficking and racketeering, convicted on lesser charges. Oh, and there is his mother. Oh, I'll show you his mother. There's his mother. Is that two family members? Let me double check this. Let me double check. So we have pictures of... It's his mother, maybe one of his daughters. I'll ascertain this. Yes, so I have a picture here of... Hang on. That is his mother and one of his daughters, I believe. His mother and his daughter. After the verdict. That is from Reuters. Maya Moongardis says it's a twin daughter. I don't know specifics about his kids. And then there is, I believe, his son King, according to Reuters. He has 7 children, according to Wikipedia. 7 children. And Reuters says the verdict is an overall win for Combs, a former billionaire known for elevating hip-hop and American culture. He was convicted on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but acquitted of racketeering conspiracy and 2 counts of sex trafficking. Was acquitted of racketeering conspiracy and acquitted of 2 counts of sex trafficking 2 of his former romantic partners, the rhythm and blues singer Cassandra Cassie Ventura, and a woman known in court by the pseudonym Jane. He told his family in the court, told the gallery in the court, which I believe included family members, "I'm going to be home soon." 55 years old, Sean Diddy Combs. The trial focused on prosecutors' allegations that Combs, for 2 decades, used his business empire to force Ventura and Jane to take part in drug-fueled, days-long sexual performances, sometimes known as freak-offs, with male sex workers in hotel rooms while Combs watched, I will say pleasured himself, and occasionally filmed. Reuters says the jury's acquittal on the most serious charges signals that the prosecution failed to draw a direct line between Combs' abuse of Ventura and Jane and their participation in the sexual performances. The defense said that Ventura and Jane, the defense acknowledged that Combs engaged in domestic violence, but argued that Ventura and Jane were strong, independent women who consensually took part in the sexual performances because they wanted to please Combs. Defense lawyers accused prosecutors of trying to criminalize Combs' private sex life. Reuters says that a former federal prosecutor in Manhattan, Sarah Krisoff, said the jury may have viewed Combs' conduct as evidence of toxic romantic relationships, but not sex trafficking. She said it doesn't fit what they would expect to be sex trafficking. And as I mentioned before, the sex trafficking charges involved, if you look at it here, you can see this. Sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. So if the jury, as I understand it, if the jury didn't think that his romantic partners were taking part in these freak-offs because of his force, fraud, or coercion, then those charges would not apply, as I understand it. Now, I'm not a legal expert. That's my understanding. He was not charged for domestic violence. We had a question before about the video that came out showing him attacking a former romantic partner. That video emerged in 2024, but it was a video of an event from 2016 from Los Angeles. And Los Angeles prosecutors said they could not charge him over the actions in that video because the statute of limitations had expired. It had been too long since the events in the video happened for him to be charged for the events on that video. Zesiv says 10 years each count, so he's still facing 20 years. That would be the maximum, but he might face nothing. The maximum on each count is 10 years. He's already served 9 months so before today. So I do not know if he will get additional jail time. Jinx Gasoline says probably time served. Helu says it's nice to be rich. Super Golden says they have video footage. Yes, there is some video footage that was shown of the freak-offs in the trial, but that I believe that was not made publicly available. Okay, so we know now that oh, hey guys, I have an update for you. First of all, in case you haven't heard, the bail hearing is set for 5 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm pretty sure we'll take a break before then. Second of all, the Washington Post says that prosecutors want at least 51 months in prison for Combs and no bail. The prosecutors have requested that Combs should serve at least 51 to 63 months for his convictions on the 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. The sentence could be anywhere from 0 to 10 years per count. Should we ask one more time? Will he get... I'm going to ask one more time here. We asked before, but that was a while ago. Will Diddy get additional jail time beyond what's served? I'm asking you guys right now in a poll because we talked about that earlier this morning, but I figured we could ask it one more time. I'll show you what you guys had to say. How I messed up. Let me show you what you guys said. I said, will Diddy get additional jail time beyond what he has served, 9 months? And over on YouTube, the vote is 53% no. 47% yes. You are split. On YouTube, on Facebook, it is 100% no on Facebook right now. And on Twitch, what are our Twitch viewers thinking about this? Oopsie, I didn't do that right. I did that wrong. On Twitch it is 65% say no on Twitch. Caroline Brookfield says, if victims survive long enough, they can sue him in civil court. He is facing a number of lawsuits already. We talked about that earlier. Hold on a second. But Reuters says, with the criminal trial over, Combs still faces dozens of civil lawsuits accusing him of abuse. His ex, Cassie Ventura, sued him in November 2023 for sex trafficking, and they settled a day later for $20 million. Combs, once feted for turning artists like Notorious B.I.G. and Usher into stars, has denied all wrongdoing. So again, he faces dozens of lawsuits. Brian Jones thinks he will get time served plus 5 years supervised probation. C. Serwin says, so what? I guess about the 20 million. He has billions, C. Serwin says. Thanks for voting in our poll. So what I think is going to happen is at 5 p.m. is his bail hearing. And then we'll find out whether he's freed or not. And after that happens, I'm pretty sure that, I mean, you can see the microphone set up. We'll hear from the defense. I don't know if we'll hear from the prosecution. We should hear from the defense lawyers, and maybe Diddy himself, I don't know, after that happens. But right now it's 2:36 p.m. So I think I will come back before, maybe I'll take a break now and come back before 5 p.m. To cover that. I don't really want to end the stream and do a new stream for that. So I think I might just leave the stream up unless some other big news happens. And I'll put something on the screen saying I'll be back to cover the bail decision, which is at 5 p.m. You know? So the current time is in the corner, 2:37 p.m. So what if I put on the screen, Steve will be back to cover the decision to whether to free Diddy on bail. Bail hearing is at 5 p.m. So what if I put this on the screen? What if I put this on the screen? What do you guys think about this? Is this clear enough? I have to put Eastern time. Hold on, I'm going to look at your comments in a second. What do you think about this? It's a little big. So look at this. It says, Steve will be back before 5 p.m. ET to cover the decision whether to free Diddy today on bail. Bail hearing is at 5 p.m. ET. Does that seem reasonable? So I'm going to leave this stream up. I hope I don't regret this. But, I mean, I'll just leave it up. I'll be checking in on the stream. I'll keep an eye on it. You know, if any of the mods want to stick around, that's fine. But I understand if you can't. That's totally cool. I'll keep an eye on the chat off and on myself. We have auto mod stuff that anything really bad the auto mod should take care of. But we'll keep an eye on it. Our viewer pack holder thinks he has to get additional time. By the way, thanks to Wazzy for subscribing over there on Twitch. And no, I don't want to put a countdown. You're saying a countdown to the bail hearing? By the way, thanks to Corey Falcon. I don't think we need it. Oh yeah, maybe I can put it up. And Sayonara Ghost, thank you. And oh, Liza said there's a press conference about Koberger hearing? Oh, there might, you know, I might come back to show that. If there's a presser about the Koberger plea deal, maybe I'll come back and put that on the screen for you. I will put a, you know what? So I'm going to take a break right now. In a couple minutes, I'll put a timer up for the bail hearing. I'll put that up. I need to just give me a couple minutes. So let me do that. Let me take a break. But I'll get a timer on the screen about the bail hearing. And it's possible that there'll be a Brian Koberger, some sort of press conference about that thing. So maybe we'll cover that. Let me take out my earbuds. Hold on. One moment. One moment. One moment. So I really appreciate all of you watching. We're going to stay on the air. We're going to have more coverage. I'm going to take a little break. In a minute, I'll put the time. I'll put the countdown clock up for the bail hearing, and then also I will put. I don't know if I'm going to put the bail hearing countdown because I don't want people to think we're going to have live video of the bail hearing. If I put up a countdown clock, people might think we're going to have live video of the bail hearing, and I'm not going to have live video of the bail hearing. Anyways, but I have this on the screen, and then if at some point there's a presser for the Koberger thing, maybe I'll just throw that on the screen. I'll keep an eye on that. Okay? So hang out if you want or come back, but we'll be doing more coverage as this develops. So I'll see you in a little bit. we have, there's a press conference going on about the Kohberger thing. Kohberger press conference thing, I think. Hold on a moment. Maybe with the families? Let me get that on the screen for you. Hang on, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was happening. Get rid of this. Keep that up there. Wait. This volume?
Time. To those young and bright attorneys out there looking for purpose and meaning in your profession, I invite you to join the effort of crime victim attorneys to bring victims justice with compassion, empathy, humility, and understanding. This case is not the end of violence. This case is not the end of lawlessness. We need your help to bring hope and healing to the innocent caught in the crossfire of life. Thank you all.
Oh, I think I missed it. I guess I missed it.
Leander James.
Oh, hold on.
L-E-N-D-E-R, last name is James. Thank you.
It wasn't that long. Was it maybe a lawyer for some of the families? I'm not sure. Sorry about that, but wasn't that long. Okay. Well, I can always go back and check it. I don't know if it really... Did the family speak or just the lawyer? Did anybody watch it? Was it the families who spoke or just the lawyer? I mean, again, because I wasn't gone that long. All right, I'm not going to worry about it at the moment. We're in break. It's kind of an odd day because it's kind of weird because the Diddy verdict happened, but a lot of times I feel like the verdict happens and then the bail hearing isn't that long after, whereas the verdict came out this morning and the bail hearing is at 5 p.m. So I'm taking a little break and I'm just leaving the stream up, but we're going to come back and cover whether he's going to be released today or not, and then we will hear from his legal team, I assume. So so I'm going to take a bit of a break, and I'll keep an eye on things, and if there's big updates, I'll come back, but otherwise I'll be back to cover the bail decision. All right, so thank you for being with us, and I'll leave the stream up, and I'll see you in a little bit.
turned around. I got this wasn't here when I pulled it out like 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry. Are you able to speak on that? No, of course. I got you. Don't worry. 2 seconds and you go right back down. I promise. Yeah, well, I know, right? You're working with me, I'm working with you in this situation.
Mic check. Let's do a sound check. Mic check, check 1 2, mic check, check 1 2. Check 1 2, mic check. It's the right channel only? Let me check them out. Only right channel, everything right channel. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check, and I'm tapping it now. Do you hear it? Okay. Mic check, check 1 2, check. Okay, great. Okay, all good, yeah? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, mic check. Anyone else need a mic check? Check 1 2, check 1 2. Mic check, check. Check 1 2, check. Mic check. Mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear everything? I'm gonna keep going for a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not gonna leave anyone hanging. Mic check. Check 1 2. Mic check. Check 1 2. Mic check. Check 1 2. Mic check. Mic check. Check 1 2. Mic check. Mic check. Check 1 2. Mic check. Mic check 1 2. Mic check. You guys good? Need another one? Mic check. Mic check. All right.
Thank you.
You good?
Hello, everyone. We're back. We are back. I'm putting on my earbuds. Hi, everyone. So, thanks for your patience. We are close. We're 15 minutes away from the bail hearing. They were just checking the mic because after the bail hearing, we're gonna, I assume, at least hear from Diddy's defense team. Diddy himself might be freed before his sentencing. We may hear from Diddy. So about 15 minutes until the bail hearing, which starts at 5 p.m. That'll determine whether he gets freed today before his sentencing. His sentencing could be months from now. So we are back, and we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Kerry Poteet for the gift memberships, Sydney for the gift membership. I appreciate that very much. Thanks to all of you for being here. And thank you to our moderators. Beth Mythical. Thanks, Beth, so much for moderating over there on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Also on Twitch, thanks to our mods over there. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Mick Bridges. Thanks to our Facebook. Oh, you know, Facebook, I might have to restart the stream in a little bit. Well, we got about an hour and a half on Facebook. We might be good. Thanks to our Facebook moderators. Margaret Riley is over there right now. Thank you, Margaret. By the way, thanks to Kristen McConnell Gates for the Facebook stars. Thank you so much. And also, thanks to our subscriber Chuck Mosca over there, and Kristen McConnell Gates, and Margaret Riley, and hold on a second here. I think I'm missing somebody else. Martha Crawford, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Linda Bell, Clary, and Misha moderate for us on X. So in case you missed it. Here, look. Sean Diddy Combs was acquitted of the 3 most serious charges. He was convicted of... Oops, hold on. I'll show you. Hang on. Here you go. He was convicted of 2 counts of transportation for purposes of prostitution, and acquitted of the other 3. Here. That's from AP. So, the most serious charge was the racketeering conspiracy, having to do with running a criminal enterprise. Not guilty. That was the most serious one. Maximum sentence of life in prison. Sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. The prosecution was trying to prove that he sex trafficked his 2 of his former romantic interests, and had them participate and forced them to participate in their in these sex party freak off things. Both of those not guilty. Those both had 15-year minimum sentences. For either 2 or 4 would have been a 15-year minimum sentence. He was convicted for transportation for purposes of prostitution. Those are 0 to 10 years, no minimum sentence, 10 years maximum. We don't know if he's going to get prison time. In addition, because he's already served 9 months. Remember, he was already in jail for 9 months before the trial, before today or yesterday or whatever it is, before today. But we are not going to find out for about sentencing today. That could take months. That's an AP graphic, by the way, from the article I was just showing you. Here. Oopsie. Everything's messed up. But the immediate question right now is, does he get to go home until sentencing, or does he have to stay in prison? This is his first conviction, I believe. I don't believe he has any other criminal convictions. So we're going to see coming up very soon if he will be getting out of jail. Could be in minutes. I mean, I don't know how long the bail hearing might not take that long. The judge, I believe, has spent some time today considering the arguments. Both the prosecution and the defense have already submitted arguments to the judge about whether he should be freed on bail, or maybe it's freed on bond. I've seen it described different ways, but I see it described as a bail hearing widely, so I'm going with bail. But that is That is what we're waiting for. By the way, I just saw something in the AP article which said, the AP article says, for whatever it's worth, the AP article says Combs was convicted of flying people around the country, including his girlfriends and male sex workers, to engage in sexual encounters, a felony violation of the Federal Mann Act. The charge is punishable by up to 10 years in prison. But Combs' lawyers said under federal sentencing guidelines, he'd likely to face 21 to 27 months. And by the way, sometimes judges, sometimes I think it's fairly regular that judges in this area, in this, is it a district? They sometimes will sentence less than the guidelines. Prosecutors say he would likely face 51 to 63 months. He has already served more than 9 months behind bars. So, now put it this way, if prosecutors are now saying 51 to 63 months, but I guess it could be consecutive sentences or at the same time, I believe. Anyways, don't assume, from everything I've seen, it's not that likely he would get the maximum sentence of 10 years. From what I've seen. Gary Pates thinks he'll get time served. Oh, by the way, I got to get ready here. Give me a moment. Hang on one second here. There's another angle camera I have, which I want to just get on the screen for myself, just to have it to use in case I need it. All right, well, that's not it. That is not it. Is this it? Okay, yes. Why is that different? No, it's the same. I have a second angle in case we need it. Katrina says it could take months for the sentencing. Yes. But again, very big doings. We're going to find out soon. Will he be freed today to await sentencing? And we are also going to hear from some people. If he is freed, I assume he'll be coming out these doors. Slippy Lipped asked about that. Fred Flintstone says there's no reason for it to take months. I guess that's pretty common. I don't know the specifics on all that, on why it does, but that's my understanding, is that it's I don't believe his sentencing is supposed to take a uniquely long time. No, I think we'll hear from his legal team. We may hear from the prosecutors too. Shell Roland says, bet he gets bail on time served. Well, again, that's two different issues, because whether he gets bail is different than his sentencing. So today we're just going to find out whether he gets to get out on bail. And what the bail is, if there's bail. Unless they say no bail, you have to stay. Oh, Hey guys, by the way, the Washington Post says that the defense team, Diddy's defense team, wants him released on $1 million bond, which would be co-signed by several members of his family, according to a letter filed in court. Combs's lawyer wrote in a letter to the court, today the jury unambiguously rejected the government's allegations that Mr. Combs ran a years-long criminal enterprise or engaged in sex trafficking, the core of the government's case, said his lawyer. She said he didn't pose a flight risk and would not be a danger of committing further crimes, further prostitution crimes. The defense proposal, according to the Washington Post, says Combs would be restricted to his Miami area mansion on Star Island, with the exception of traveling to New York for court appearances. And he would have to surrender his passport and undergo regular drug testing. So again, the defense, Diddy's lawyers are saying, let's make it a $1 million bond, and he would be restricted to his Miami area mansion. KKC says $1 million bond, that is not enough. Don't they only have to put up 10%? I think it's something like that to get a bond. Well, if you use a bail bond service, I assume if they have the cash, they could just put up the cash. I think from what I'm seeing online, generally speaking, around 10%, but without saying that's the same for everywhere if you use a bail bond service. Radioactive Apple says 10%. Fred Flintstone says judge can order cash bond. I am not an expert on this, but Onslaught MP says he will take the money out of his pockets? Let me check a couple other things here. Hey, guys, 2 minutes until the bail hearing starts. Will he be freed? Let me read you a little. Yes, so guys, let me read you a little bit here. Sorry, no, I don't. One of Diddy's lawyers also wrote to the court today, it would be unjust to continue detaining Mr. Combs at the MDC even one day longer, especially since, given the sentencing guidelines for these prostitution offenses, he would otherwise be entitled to serve any additional time imposed at a lower security facility. That is via Associated Press. AP also says legal pundit attorney Dina Dahl thinks she knows why Combs was acquitted of racketeering. Attorney Dina Dahl said prosecutors had to show that his musical enterprise, Bad Boy Records, wasn't just a business that he happened to maybe commit crimes under, but that the business was a criminal enterprise. Dahl, who was not involved in the case, said this was too much of a leap and very hard to prove. She said, I think that's what ended up being at the end, why they acquitted there. Legal expert Dina Dahl also said that she thought it helped him that he was able to retain a dream team of lawyers. She said a typical criminal defendant cannot do that. And I think that's where his fame and celebrity helped him. Meanwhile, what is this? Cassie Ventura's lawyer said that Cassie Ventura, his ex, who testified in the trial, believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including herself, as well as to the community, he said in his letter asking the judge to deny bail. All right, so we are waiting. It's 5 o'clock, so that let me just see if I have any word on the bail hearing starting. By the way, if you want minute-to-minute updates on the bail hearing, Inner City Press on X, at Inner City Press, he is posting, Matthew Russell Lee, he is posting some updates there, among others. So I will look at a bunch of different sources and try to get you updates about what's going on in the courtroom right now. The Washington Post reports that more people are gathering on the sidewalk near the courthouse. His lawyers have planned a presser when the proceedings finish. We are going to watch the press conference coming up from Diddy's legal team. So we're going to see that. Our viewer, Fall Vibe, says, imagine he walks out. He has been in jail for 9 months. The Post says it's possible he'll be able to depart from the courthouse. So we're waiting to hear, what is the judge going to rule? What is the judge going to rule? Ryan Evans thinks the judge will rule bail granted. Oh, hold on. I think I have another video. Oh, guys, I have video of people on the street. I have video of people on the street outside the building. Look at this. Hold on a second. Let me go to this for you. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my gosh. It's a whole scene. Where is... Hold on. Oh my gosh, it's a scene out there in front of the courthouse. Look at this. Oh my gosh. We got to get this. We got to get this on the screen for you guys. Look at this. Oh my, look at this. It's a whole scene. Now let me get the other one here. Where do I put this? Right there? I don't even know where to put everything. Oh, look at all the people outside the courthouse. And the sirens, it's a whole thing going on right now. Where can I put this so it's out of the way? Maybe down here? All right, so we got that up there for you. We got that up there. So again, we are waiting to hear the judge's decision on will Diddy be freed today before his sentencing. A lot of people out there. One of our viewers, Bort, says, I wonder if anyone will work with him again, but I presume so. Michael Rivers thinks he will more than likely get time served. Thanks to our subscribers Susan Brees Buchner and Aaron Van Ness, our subscriber over there on Facebook. Oh, Diddy is in the courtroom. I just saw a report online that Diddy is in the courtroom now. So Diddy is in the courtroom, and the hearing... I don't know if the hearing has started, but Diddy is in the courtroom. His family, members of his family have shown up at the courtroom as well, at the court as well. I right now, I'm just looking for updates about what is going on in that hearing. A lot of people may be hoping to get a view of Diddy if he gets released. released before prison, before released before sentencing, that is. I have not seen any. Ruth is moderating too. Thanks to Ruth. Ruth says we will find out shortly. Yep. I haven't seen any updates about the sentencing, about the bail hearing. Any moment now. Oh, the New York Times says that Diddy is there, but we're still, the prosecutors are there, Diddy's lawyers are there, everyone's waiting for the judge to come in. Everybody's waiting for the judge right now in the courtroom. So again, everybody's there. I think everybody's there that needs to be there. We're just waiting to hear the judge has come into the courtroom. CF Queensgreens thinks the judge is finishing his Chipotle burrito. I don't know if that's happening. One of our viewers just said, our viewer Vincent Vega says, imagine people cheering when he walks out. I'm going to lose it. Well, we don't know if he's walking out yet. I mean, it's a pretty big decision. He either gets to go free today, maybe with some restrictions, or remain in jail possibly for months while waiting his sentencing. So it's a pretty big decision, obviously for him. We're not talking about a day until sentencing. This could be months until sentencing. Killing for Fun says he will get bail with electronics tracking. We're waiting. There's been no decision about bail yet. We're waiting to hear right now. Look at all the people out there. Thanks for being with us here during our coverage. What is going to happen? Still waiting for the judge to get into the courtroom. Steve O. Lee thinks he's too much of a flight risk. They shouldn't let him out. Thanks, 03 Rat Mom, for watching. Rob Stinson says, I think he's going to walk. One WebG thinks he's going home for sure. Excessive 4S says you're not jumping bail on a prostitution charge. Whoa, did I just see this? Did I just see what I think I see? I think I just saw a report about it. Bail has been denied. The bail has been denied. Bail has been denied. The New York Times is reporting it. Inner City Press is reporting it. The judge has denied bail. The judge has denied bail according to both the New York Times and Inner City Press. The judge has denied bail. I just saw it on both of those reports. Again, the New York Times is reporting it, and Inner City Press, who's at Inner City Press, you can check out his feed on X. So they are both reporting that he has had bail denied. Wow. And the New York Times says same thing. And the judge said that detention is mandatory for a Mann Act conviction. According to the New York Times, the judge said that that because of the nature of the conviction, he has to continue to be detained. Wow. So that is the report. Let me actually fix my my little thing here. Bail denied for Diddy. So he's going to have to stay in jail until sentencing, which could take months. How about that? Whoa, big news, breaking news. And we're going to hear from his legal team. Yes, bail has been denied for Diddy. So again, Diddy will not get bail. He has to stay in. Diddy has to stay in jail until the sentencing, which could take months, and we don't know if he's going to get more time. Now, let me say this: the time he serves now will be on top of the 9 months he's already served. So maybe, you know, this time he stays and continues to serve could be seen, I assume it could be seen as time already served, right? So, you know, by the time, if his sentencing, say his sentencing happens in 3 months, well, then he'd already have served a year. So we don't know that he's going to get more sentencing. We don't know that he'll have to do more time than time served. I have no idea. But we're going to hear from his legal team soon. So we're waiting for his legal team to come out. I assume that very soon we'll be seeing them come out, and we will show you what his legal team says. So he is staying in jail. He is staying in custody. Thank you, Tune, for your support. Wow. So let me just repeat, I know I've been repeating myself, but for people just joining, the judge has just ruled that Diddy will not be freed today and is denied bail, and he will have to stay in custody until his sentencing, which could be months from now. It is unclear whether in the sentencing he'll get any more time on top of time already served. But again, that could be months from now, and he's going to be staying in jail. I don't know what he thought. I mean, maybe his legal team had told him, look, odds are this is going to happen. I don't know how surprised Diddy's legal team is. I would expect Diddy's legal team, when we hear from them, to complain about this ruling, because they're his lawyers. But again, he has been denied bail. And we are waiting for his legal team. Big news in the Diddy case. Look at this right here. Sean Diddy Combs is denied bail after mixed verdict clears him of top charges in sex crimes case.
Nick. Nick.
Hey, thanks to GBRC EFC 125, who says, I knew he would not get bail. GBRC thinks he's going to get 8 years. Each of the two sentences, each of the two charges, each of the two counts of transportation to engage in prostitution carries a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 10 years. Hey, there's a helicopter up there. Waiting for Diddy's legal team to come out. At some point, we will. They will. The hearing is not over yet, by the way, but the judge has said, you can see here, Sean Diddy Combs loses bid for release on bail ahead of sentencing. That is from Reuters. SGM Phil says, I did not think he would be released due to the Mann Act mandating detention under the Bail Reform Act. Thank you, Shattered Dreams, for your support as well. I really appreciate that. I wonder if a bunch of the people out there were hoping to see Diddy. Do they now know they're not going to? Well, no, they wouldn't see him unless they bring him out in custody, but I don't know that that's going to happen. The Alaska says my chat GPT predicts 4 to 7 years. That's what the Alaska says. Thanks, the Alaska, for your support. The Pastor Dej, our viewer, thinks the people out there thought they would see him. Berry says his acquittal on the 3 most serious charges has to be a big relief to him. But I mean, this could go a lot of ways. You know, obviously, there's a big difference between him getting no more time after sentencing and years more after sentencing. Hey, thanks, GBRC. I appreciate that. GBRC thinks the police are expecting trouble. Haven't seen any trouble so far, at least from what I've seen. Oh. So, according to Inner City Press, and again, Inner City Press is a good account to follow for this court case and other court cases, at Inner City Press on X. He said this is from Matthew Russell Lee is reporting that the judge set an initial trial date of October 3rd, but said it could be soon. Sorry, the judge set an initial sentencing date for October 3rd, but said it could be sooner. So again, you can go to at Inner City Press for the details. But according to at Inner City Press, the judge set a date for sentencing of October 3rd, but said it could end up being sooner than that. October 3rd would be 3 months from now. I'll actually post, so again, at Inner City Press is the account if you want to. He's posting a lot more updates if you want to go over there and check him out. New York Times is reporting the same thing, that the initial sentencing date is proposed for October, but and the defense is asking for a quicker sentencing date. Okay. So it sounds like at latest the sentencing will be 3 months from now in October, but it could be sooner than that. Again, CNN reporting the same thing. Same thing CNN reporting. So multiple outlets are now reporting that the judge has proposed October 3rd as the sentencing date, which would be three months from tomorrow. But the judge has sounded flexible about possibly doing it sooner because the defense has requested it being sooner. Lenzo Browse says, sounds like judge's line of thinking is 1 year and time served, meaning that he would be sentenced for a year, but it'd be about a year of time served. We are waiting to hear from the defense, who is supposed to come out and speak to the press. I can hear somebody in the background of one of these videos saying, I thought he was going to get bail. Oh, so AP reports about the decision of the judge not to grant bail. AP says the judge said that the applicable law did not allow for Combs' release at this point. Also, among other reasons, the judge noted Combs' violent history. At trial, the defense conceded the defendant's violence in his personal relationships, saying it happened with Cassie and Jane, said the judge. As the judge spoke, Combs remained stoic with his hands in his lap, says AP. So no bail, but it sounds like sentencing will be October 3rd or sooner. What happens in sentencing? I do not know. Reuters reports that the judge said Sean Diddy Combs must remain in federal lockup in Brooklyn for now, given the ample evidence presented at trial of violent acts Combs had committed. Also, there's some reporting that says that the nature of the offense he was convicted of being a violation of the Mann Act, that the judge didn't think that that allowed for him to be released anyway. I didn't hear exactly what the judge said. Sentencing right now is October 3rd, but it could be sooner. It could end up being sooner. So soon we will hear from Diddy's defense team.
Brendan. Are you looking for a spot? TV. He's right there. This left.
Good to Think says, if not 10 years, this is just all a show. Melissa Terry said the judge had rules he had to follow according to the Mann Act. This is what Melissa says, and he did not meet the exceptions to be able to have bail. He is following the law, thought our viewer Melissa Terry. Christopher Robbins, our viewer, thinks he will get a few years. I don't think they will max him out at 20 years for the two charges. Just so you know, a little note from AP. AP noted that while the law allows for a sentence of up to 10 years in prison, the lawyers in the case have said in court filings that guidelines suggest a sentence that would fall well short of that. The defense suggested as little as 21 months, minus what Combs has already served. Prosecutors suggested a little more than 5 years, though they cautioned they hadn't fully evaluated the conviction yet. The sentence will be ultimately up to the judge. Also, judges sometimes give sentencing lower than the guidelines. I still haven't seen any reports that the hearing is over yet. So the hearing is still going on right now. They're discussing when the sentencing might take place. That's still being discussed, how long that might take. So the hearing is still going on. I assume shortly after the hearing is over, we will get the Diddy defense team coming out and talking about it. Hey, thank you to ASB Corp for your support, who thinks he should get the maximum 20 years, I guess, for the two cases, the two charges. Thank you, Loki, our member. A little update from the Washington Post. The Washington Post says that the judge reported that it's impossible for Diddy to prove he would not pose a danger to the public if released on bail. Hey, thanks to Kerry Poteet for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Kerry. Poteet. We're bringing you live coverage. As many of you already know, the judge a few minutes ago has denied bail for Sean Diddy Combs. He will be staying in jail in Brooklyn until his sentencing, which has been tentatively scheduled for October 3rd, but could end up being sooner than that. And it is unclear if he will get additional time in the sentencing to what he's already served. He's been in jail for 9 months now. He is convicted of 2 charges with 10-year maximums each, but it is thought that he'll get significantly less than the maximum. And but we're not going to find out today what he got. If he was committed, he would be a lot worse off if he had been convicted of either of the sexual, of either of the sex trafficking charges or the racketeering charge. The sex trafficking charges each carried a minimum sentence of 15 years. Sasal thinks the court will sentence him to 5 to 10 years in prison. Hey, there's a report right there. There's a reporter right there. She's doing a report. Mary McHugh thinks people can go home now. Well, maybe they're going to wait and see. His lawyers are supposed to come out. A lot of people with their cameras out there, and that guy's on his phone making a video. Maybe he's live streaming. Bubba Sizemore thinks he will get 5 years. The judge told him minutes ago, according to Reuters, it is impossible for the defendant to demonstrate by clear and convincing evidence that he poses no danger. The judge said he must remain in federal lockup in Brooklyn for now, given the ample evidence presented at trial of violent acts he had committed. Anna thinks he'll get 5 to 6 years. We're still, I can tell you that hearing, the bail hearing is still going on. From the reporting I've seen, the lawyers and the judge and the prosecutors are talking about things involving, one thing they're talking about is when the sentencing hearing is going to be and things relating to that. So the hearing is not over yet. I assume it'll end sometime soon. According to the Washington Post, an attorney for Diddy is arguing that there should be an expedited sentencing schedule, and also he is arguing against the judge denying Diddy bail. The judge said the burden was on the defense to prove that Combs would not be a danger if he were released, and said that the defense conceded that Diddy had been violent with his girlfriends. A lot of media out there, you can see. We are again waiting. This hearing is still going on. The hearing is not over yet. The report, the Diddy, one of Diddy's lawyers is reportedly still trying to ask the judge to let him out on bail. My guess is that the judge won't change his mind, given that he already announced it. But I am seeing multiple reports that the Diddy's lawyer is still making that case. Ill No More thinks the judge will change his mind. Again, the judge said, according to AP, for present purposes, the defendant is unable to meet his burden to show by convincing evidence that he is a lack of a danger to any person or the community, the judge said. The judge noted trial testimony about Diddy's violent behavior toward two former girlfriends. Oh, what's going on? Abbas Diab thinks Diddy will serve 10 years? The New York Times is reporting that that Diddy's lawyer said Diddy wanted to speak with the judge, but it looks like that's not going to happen right now. The Washington Post reports that one of Diddy's lawyers told the judge that Diddy had been a remarkable prisoner, a model prisoner. And his lawyer said, I think we should trust him. He's not going to flee. Anyways, all the reporting I've seen says that the judge is sticking to his ruling, no bail for Diddy. But I still have not seen for sure that the hearing is over. I bet when we hear from Diddy's lawyers, they're going to complain a lot about the judge not granting bail. The Sumi Su says denied is denied. The Washington Post also said that one of Diddy's lawyers told the judge that Diddy had applied to a batterers program at a domestic violence group. The idea, I think, is to show the judge that he's not so much of a danger. Again, the judge, no sign the judge is going to change his mind about letting him out. The hearing has ended. The hearing has ended. Okay, so the bail hearing is done. The bail hearing is done. I am seeing that reported. The bail hearing is done, and I assume that soon we'll be hearing from Diddy's defense team. So Diddy will be returning to the jail in Brooklyn where he has been. Matt Kinney thinks he has the resources to flee. That's what our viewer Matt Kinney said. You mean if they was out on bail? Where do they take him out? I assume they put him in some car and take him out some side entrance or something. I can't imagine they'll walk him out the front. Well, they can't walk him out the front because he's not free. But I guess the police could. But I have to imagine there's some sort of vehicle they put him in. There's somebody doing some streaming, it looks like. Or at least recording a video. Barry says Metropolitan Detention Center. MDC, New York. Yes, he is. He is in MDC, New York, in Brooklyn. All right, so we are waiting for his legal team to come out and speak, guys, and we're going to be showing you that, bringing you that live. They are supposed to speak. Uh-oh. That is, I forget the name of that person, but I've been hearing some things today about that person with the blue hair. That person is that who it is? Is it a person named Crackhead Barney, who Wikipedia says is a performance artist and ambush interviewer? Am I right? I thought that's how that person was described today. Some of you probably know that. I think that's who it is. Yeah, people are saying yes. The person with the blue hair. There's a Wikipedia page about Crackhead Barney. JAM thanks, who says, verdict a loss for survivors who will come forward. Thank you, JAM. So now, just so you know, Diddy does face many lawsuits. So, just to repeat this that we told you before. Oops, I have to pull it up here. He is facing many lawsuits, civil lawsuits, over his alleged actions. So let me pull that up for you. Reuters says Diddy still faces dozens of civil lawsuits. Hey, I think I know who that is. Is that Olia Scootercaster? I'll message her and tell her. I think I think that's her. I wonder if she knows she's on the Reuters feed. I think that might be her. Some of you follow her. She posts video. She does a lot of video. She's a video journalist. I'll message her now and tell her. That's fine. I know Olia. She does a very good job. She posts a lot of stuff on her X account, and her company, I think it's her company, freedomnews.tv. They cover a lot of news, and especially in New York. So it would make sense that she would be out there. I'll throw her X account in the chat. I often will repost their posts. They do a lot of good video coverage. Oh, she says yes. She confirms it was her. That was her. We are waiting for the defense team to come out. Oh, I was going to tell you guys, yes, in case you hadn't heard, I was going to give you this quote from Reuters. Diddy Combs still faces dozens of civil lawsuits accusing him of abuse. His ex, Cassie Ventura, sued him in November 2023 for sex trafficking, and they settled a day later for $20 million. So he is facing dozens of civil lawsuits. Our viewer, Chris Gukowski, thinks that maybe Diddy could get credit for good time or conduct credit for good behavior. I don't know about that. That I do not know. Maybe that's true. Thanks, Chris, for writing in. Shout out to our moderators, Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi. They are there moderating on YouTube. Also, we have LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, over on Twitch. Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley on Facebook moderating, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. I don't often see people I know on the streams. I do remember when we were covering the protests at UCLA. That was where like the protesters had built barricades. And then the police came in and they had these clashes with the protesters. I actually knew one of the people inside the barricades protesting. I remember that happened like a year ago. I didn't know they were going to be there, but they were there. Still waiting for Diddy's legal team. So again, the hearing is done. The hearing ended about 10 minutes ago. No bail for Diddy. Initial sentencing date is October 3rd, but it could be moved up. And let's see what his legal team has to say. It would have been quite a scene if he had been released today and had come out with that crowd there. I'm guessing some people were expecting to see him.
Fire department's coming
AP says Combs stands convicted of 2 counts of a crime, transportation to engage in prostitution, that carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison, but jurors cleared him of charges that could have put him behind bars for life. He was convicted of flying people around the country, including his girlfriends and male sex workers, to engage in sexual encounters, a felony violation of the Federal Mann Act. The charge is punishable by 10 years in prison, but Combs' lawyers said under federal sentencing guidelines, he'd likely face about 2 years in prison. Oh, hold on a second. What's going on here? I see people coming out of the back. Well, we have 2 things on the screen now, just to make sure we're not missing anything. Prosecutors, citing Combs' violence and other factors, said the guidelines would call for at least 4 to 5 years. We'll have to see what the sentencing is. The jury acquitted him of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking charges related to allegations that he used his money, power, and frightening physical force to manipulate his girlfriends into hundreds of drug-fueled sex marathons with the men. Our viewer Siastia thinks he thought he was above the law. Maybe somebody had like heat stroke or something. I don't know. They're bringing in a stretcher. There was nobody on it. I don't know. Hope everybody's okay. Somebody having an issue? I will say the temperature in NYC right now is 83 degrees, not that hot. Alert Page reports, Alert Page, who I follow, reports that in New Jersey, a plane crashed into the woods and there are 13 patients. Wow, that's not good. I'm guessing it was a smaller plane. I haven't heard of any kind of larger plane crashing, but I will post the link to that in the chat. We are still waiting to hear any moment now from Diddy's legal team. We are waiting for Diddy's legal team. One of the prosecutors at the bail hearing said, according to the Washington Post, that Combs is an extremely violent man with an extraordinarily dangerous temper who has shown no remorse and no regret. Arguing that he should be denied bail, and he was denied bail. So is it on YouTube? Is it going back and forth on YouTube between people's original names and their handles? Does it keep going back and forth? Some people are talking about it there in the chat. Again, there's not going to be any more news from the courtroom because the hearing is now over. The thing we're waiting for now is for Diddy's legal team is supposed to speak outside the courthouse. You can see the microphone set up. Maybe after the bail hearing, I wouldn't be surprised if they take a moment or take a few minutes and meet with Diddy, and Diddy's got to go back to jail in Brooklyn. Maybe some of these sirens are the Diddy motorcade, I don't know, to get back to Brooklyn. I'd assume there's some sort of motorcade taking him back to Brooklyn. So we're just waiting to hear from his legal team. I don't know why that ambulance is there or going through there. The Washington Post says the trial revolved around accusations that Combs abused two girlfriends for years at drug-fueled freak-off parties, forcing or compelling the women to have sex with male escorts and other men while he directed, filmed, and I'll say pleasured himself. Prosecutors spent more than 6 weeks calling witnesses to support the accusations, including the main alleged victims, Cassandra, Cassie Ventura, and a woman who testified under the alias Jane to protect her privacy. Cassie Ventura claimed Combs raped her and regularly beat her during their 11-year relationship, including when she objected to performing in freak-offs. Jane, who dated Combs several years after Ventura, said she lived at Combs's beck and call, unable to extricate herself from the sex parties after she became financially and emotionally dependent on him. Combs's attorneys contend that both women consented to and even enjoyed a swinger-like sexual lifestyle and were motivated to make false accusations by jealousy or the prospect of big lawsuit payouts. In his closing arguments, lead defense attorney Mark Agnifilo described Diddy's relationship with Cassie Ventura, which his team has repeatedly acknowledged was toxic and abusive, as a great modern love story. In a letter submitted to the judge after Wednesday's verdict, prosecutors called Combs a flight risk and a danger to the community who was not eligible for bail. They said during the trial, Combs embraced the fact that he was a habitual drug user who regularly engaged in domestic abuse, although he denied committing the crimes he was charged with. Oh, I have to restart the Facebook stream. I have to restart the Facebook stream, I think. Yes, we just hit 8 hours on Facebook. Hang on a moment. I'm going to restart the Facebook stream. Give me 1 moment here. Facebook ends the stream after 8 hours. So what I have to do is I have to restart the Facebook stream. Which I'm doing right now. We have restarted the Facebook stream. Oh. Olya Scootercaster, who was at the scene, says a court observer had a seizure. So again, Olya, who we saw on camera before, she is reporting that a court observer had a seizure. Maybe that's why we saw I assume that's why we saw the ambulance get there. And there was a fire engine there as well. Well, the stream today got delayed because we came on in the morning. We came on in the morning when the verdict was, but then it turned out that the bail hearing wasn't for till late afternoon. So we covered the Brian Koberger plea deal hearing as well, and then we took a break but left the stream up. So I haven't been here the whole time, but we took some time off but it wasn't really worth starting a new stream for. So we kept it up and took a break, and then we came back when the bail hearing started. To repeat, as I keep saying, we're still expecting to hear from Diddy's legal team.
So they're going to come to you about 45 seconds early. They're going to do sports and break and then come to you. Yeah, but they're really... It's just hard for
Oh, I see people coming out of here. What's going on here? I see some activity. I see some activity happening in the front. All right, look at this. I see some activity happening here. See right here? I see people pointing in the front there where the podium is. I see some pointing going on. Maybe something's about to happen there. What's going on? People coming out. Don't know.
Yeah, I would use the new one because there were some issues with the work graphics, the sketches. So it's a good update.
Gandalf says we see it too.
I have that ID here if you need it. Okay. It is right here. DC.
U.S. Marshal over there. I think they're starting to set up. Are they starting to set up here? Are we about to get the press briefing? Maybe? Don't know. What's happening? I'm gonna make this bigger here. No, I don't know. Oh, hold on. I don't want to show the person getting wheeled out. They're wheeling out the person on the stretcher. They just wheeled out the person on the stretcher who I think had the seizure. So I didn't want to show that person. Okay. I was able to... The person wasn't bleeding or anything. The person was just on the stretcher, but I really did not want to show the person. So I managed to cut off of that shot before they showed him. Sorry about that, but we don't want to... I don't want to show somebody on a stretcher. Let them have their privacy. Maybe that's why we haven't heard from the defense team yet. Maybe it delayed things. It's possible. As I mentioned before, a small plane reportedly crashed in the Williamstown area in New Jersey. Alert page reported that there were 13 patients, with one heavily trapped. A plane into the woods. My Martian Romance says there was a plane crash within 20 minutes of my house in Williamstown. I might be able to pull up the scanner while we're waiting for to hear from the defense team. Let me check here. It might get confusing, but I can check anyway. Yeah, I'm going to pull up the local scanner and see what we hear. But this could get very confusing.
Copy that. Yes, affirmative. For any request for a response.
Copy. Yeah, we're going to be relocating to Richmond.
Here, I'll put this up on the screen. Scanner from small plane crash in New Jersey via broadcastify.com.
Caddy Bill 1193 arriving in Spearvine. Bill 1193.
While we're waiting for the legal team, we'll listen to this scanner from Broadcastify from the small plane crash in New Jersey. Gloucester County. And as soon as I have the Diddy legal team there, we'll put them on. I don't know how much you can hear on the screen.
Camden, CFC tow. Closing. Alright, we just got word Atlantic Air's MCI bus is en route. We still need them en route. You can cancel. Copy it. Cancel the MCI. We're available. Okay, Medic 4. Tuckahoe Road Command from Gloucester County. We just had 2 BLS clear out of Cooper. They're inquiring they need it back at the crash site or it's going to go available. Yeah. They can go available. Where is he? Thank you.
Also, some people have mentioned this. According to WSAV, in Savannah, Georgia, at a mall, multiple people were injured in a shooting at the Oglethorpe Mall in Savannah. I don't see anything.
I'm also releasing Medic 1. They are being told face to face.
I don't see anything so far suggesting that the mall shooting in Savannah is some sort of mass shooter mowing people down. There are fairly regularly shootings at malls that say might involve a altercation between people. I don't know at all what the shooting is in Savannah at the mall, but I have seen no reporting that it is some sort of. By the way, it was first reported by WSAV 34 minutes ago. So it's not just the last few minutes. But I will let you know if I hear any more.
Channel Utility 29.5, Robert. Utility 29.5.
Jay arrived, said TMZ captured.
Chief, bring yourself, your squad, and my squad down to the end of the runway. Vehicles and all. We will not need equipment. We just need manpower. Where's he?
One of our viewers claimed that TMZ saw Diddy leaving from the back. Is that true? I don't know. But we're waiting for to hear from the legal team.
Or any resource on fire too? Still on monitoring? Got it. Send you an updated message. As far as helicopters, yeah, South Star, Cooper 1, and a third helicopter patient, Cooper 2. Cooper 2 is still on the ground. They're going to be taking the pilot from the plane. Understood.
I haven't seen that report from TMZ, by the way.
People haven't transported out of help. 10-902. 10-902.
Thanks to our member, Babelicious.
County Bill 63.
Thanks to John Bernasconi for your support. Thanks, John Bernasconi. I appreciate that, John. And sevenfold 777. And Jennifer Rochelle, our member. And Stacy Bashford and TJ Adams for being members.
Can you coordinate with EMS branch and get us a total number of patients that we dealt with? Yeah, you're going to have to give me numbers. That's fine.
We have the scanner on from New Jersey, where there has been a small plane crash. While we're waiting to hear from Diddy's legal team. Thank you, TJ Adams and Stacy Bashford, for being members. Thank you, L Train, for being a member. Our viewer Sean's News says he's 15 minutes from where the plane crashed. Thanks NXE Spinboy 2098 for being a member. Thank you Guy from the 207 for your support. Why hasn't anyone come out? I don't know if somebody reportedly having a seizure in there and being brought out on a stretcher delayed things. It might have delayed things. What's happening right now? Oh, that's his mother. That's his mother, isn't it? That's Diddy's mother. Right there. Diddy's family. Diddy's family, right? We just saw that. I'm going to turn the scanner off now. I'm turning the scanner off now. That was his mother, I believe, and I think that was other family members there? Do you want me to I can replay that for you if you want. Want to do a quick replay of that moment? Let's do a quick replay. A flash replay coming up right now. Here it is. Flash replay. Oops, you'll take a second to see it. In a second, you will see flash replay. That's not it. All right, here is the flash replay of what we just saw. Here it is. Flash replay now from a minute ago of family members coming out. Here you go. This is a replay. That is his mother. And I believe I see his son there and maybe other family members and well-wishers. There you go. Okay, so that was that. Now that's live. His daughters were there. Shell and Maya Moon Goddess says his daughters were there too. AP says Diddy spoke to his family as he left court. He told his family today, "I'll see you when I get out, and we're going to get through this." He said, "Be strong, I love you." He looked toward his mother and said, "Mama, I love you, stay strong." Again, Diddy has been denied bail. He will need to go back to jail until his sentencing, which currently is scheduled for October 3rd, but could be sooner. It is unclear if he will get additional jail time in his sentencing. He has already been in jail for 9 months. We are waiting to hear, I think, from Diddy's legal team. The Washington Post said that Diddy looked defeated and expressions of surprise spread across his rows of supporters in the courtroom when the judge denied his release on bail. I think for the moment, I'm going to keep both. And this should start any moment now, but maybe I'll show you some of the other shot too. What I can do for the moment is this. We got that shot there. That's a little, it's like out on the sidewalk there. A lot of people live stream.
Over this side, not over this side. No, you're on one side, come on this side. All the supporters over here. When they go and do a podcast, come on this side. I'm sorry.
Guys, you're going to open up traffic. You're going to get on the sidewalk.
Real Sportsman, I have not seen anything about other charges being filed. Thanks to Nunea for being a member. Also, thanks to Warlord Gord for subscribing. Thanks everybody who's tuned into the broadcast. Again, I know we keep saying this, but we are expecting to hear from Diddy's legal team. Oh, we're about. I think we're really close to hearing from his legal team now. I think we're very close now, guys. I'm seeing people's cameras up. Hold on. It's hard. There's two. It's the same shot, but two different videos. Oh, here we go. Hang on.
I can tell you that I talked to Sean. For those of you who know, I've known him for almost 20 years. And he's thankful, he's relieved, and he thanks the jurors. I think the jurors did what jurors do, which is they saw through an overcharged, overzealous, kind of a crazy prosecution, and they did the right thing. And that's why, when people talk about tyranny and fascism and everything else, as long as you've got a jury system that works, that's what separates us from the rest of the world. And Sean is thankful. As a helicopter parent, I couldn't be prouder, and I'll let them talk. I don't want to steal their thunder.
Were you surprised, though, that he was denied bail?
That doesn't really, the bail, I think, is besides the point. He was acquitted of the trafficking. He was acquitted of the RICO. Those were always, I thought, as an observer, a ridiculous use of taxpayer resources. This case was never what it was made out to be. This case was ridiculous in so many different ways, and I'm just thankful that the jury saw through it.
But he's still facing prison time. Fair?
Sean is, the interesting thing about prison, it's a timeout, and he's had a lot of time to reflect, and he's in a good place mentally, and I'm proud of him. And by the way, for those of you who may miss it, the defense didn't put on a single witness. The defense tried their case within the prosecution case. And at the end of the day, it's a colossal failure by the prosecution.
Now, I'm not sure who that was. I don't think that was one of his lawyers. I'm not sure, but it sounded like that wasn't one of his legal team. I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. Maybe a bunch of you know who it is. Is it a friend of his? Is it a friend and a lawyer? Mark Garagos, people are saying. Mark Garagos? Yes, that appears to be correct. But I don't know that he was representing him. The father of one of his lawyers, people are saying. He is a lawyer. He is a defense lawyer. His daughter is one of, people are saying his daughter is one of Diddy's attorneys. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know who that was. Oh no, is his son. Is his son representing Diddy? His son, not his daughter?
I know him.
Let's see. Hold on. I will figure this out. Can't even find it here. Tenny Garagos? His daughter. Is it Tenny Garagos? Yeah, one of his attorneys, one of Diddy's attorneys is Tenny or Teeny Garagos, who I assume is Mark Garagos' daughter. Yes. Okay. Yes, it is. So again, that was Mark Garagos, a well-known defense lawyer, who is, and it's his daughter is one of Diddy's lawyers. Thank you for mentioning that. If you go look like on Wikipedia, they talk about a lot of the different famous clients he has represented. Oh, yes, and as Squirrel says, that's why he mentioned helicopter parent, because his daughter is one of Diddy's lawyers. So we heard from him, and he did say we're going to be hearing from Diddy's lawyers. But we haven't seen Diddy's lawyers yet. Maybe Diddy's lawyers are figuring out how they want to talk about this. I think they're coming right now. I think Diddy's lawyers are coming out right now. That's what it looks like. She's pointing at the microphone. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Diddy's legal team about to speak. Here we go.
It's not a party till we're all here. All right. Thank you all for being patient. Am I speaking loud enough? You all can hear me okay? All right. Today's a great victory. It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. And we had a wonderful jury. They listened to every word, and they got the situation right, or certainly right enough. They acquitted him of the sex trafficking, which he was absolutely innocent of. They acquitted him of the racketeering conspiracy that he was absolutely innocent of, and all of the components to it. The kidnapping, he was innocent of that. The arson, he was innocent of that. The obstructing justice, he was innocent of that. And that is no longer just me saying that. That is the verdict of our jury. So today is a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs and our legal team. And I want to say one thing. There are very few people around whom a legal team could coalesce and become one. And Sean Combs is that person, and we are all blessed to be part of it. And I am now done speaking to you, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Garagos.
All right, I first want to thank my client, Sean Combs, for trusting us, myself and everybody here, this incredible dream team that he put together. Without him, we would not have been able to do this. He is incredible, and I want to thank him. I want to thank the jury for putting such great care into this case. They came early every single day, and I want to thank them, as I said in my opening, standing between all of us and the drastic consequences of the criminal convictions of sex trafficking. And RICO is a jury of our peers, and I thank them. I want to thank the judge, and I want to thank, despite the terrible conditions at the MDC, I want to thank the good people who worked there, who ensured that we had sufficient amount of time to prepare for trial. It is extremely difficult to prepare for a federal case in the conditions at the MDC, and they did everything they could to make that happen. I want to thank them. I also have been saying this since the beginning of this case. Sean Combs has not sexually assaulted anybody. I've been saying this for months. We've said it with each lawsuit that came out, and today that was proven true. The media got it wrong about Sean Combs every single day for nearly 2 years. I ask that for every time you guys see a civil lawsuit, criminal complaints or criminal indictments, you actually take a look and analyze these and see whether or not these are actually going to stand up in a court of law, because today they did not. He has not sexually assaulted anybody, certainly hasn't sex trafficked anybody, and the jury found that today. Thank you. I am now going to pass this over to Mr. Steele.
Good evening. Good evening. I want to thank the ladies and gentlemen to my right and my left. There is not a better group of honest and ethical, hardworking and zealous lawyers, and I especially wish to thank Mark and Tenny for allowing me and everyone else to come together. On behalf of my family, myself, I wish to thank you all for being here and writing truthfully about a man wrongly charged with most of the crimes, and that we all must remember that allegations are nothing. And I'd like to thank Sean for letting me be here. Thank you all. God bless you.
What did your client want to say when he raised his hand?
Thankfully, in our country, we have a right to a jury trial. And thankfully, Mr. Combs took that right. He actually battled for his freedom, for his innocence. He did it. And a lot of times, you know, people are too afraid to do it. And he did it, and we're so happy that he did. We're proud of him. We are completely honored that he put his faith and his trust in us to fight for him. Today is a major win to show what the system can do. We appreciate and we're so thankful to the jury. Thank you to the court. Thank you, New York. It's been a pleasure being here and fighting in your district. Thank you so much. And listen, we appreciate the media. We do. There was a lot of reporting on the accusations. There was a lot of reporting on the indictment. Please report just as vigorously on the acquittal of these counts, please, because that's also the right thing to do. Thank you.
Oh, sure. Good afternoon, good afternoon. So, first of all, I want to thank this wonderful team behind me. I am so happy that they allowed me to join it. I would like to say that I've done a lot of trials, but this is probably the most special one to me. And most important, I want everyone to know the job is not done yet. We're not finished, the job is not done yet. And so I want to, again, thank Mark, Tenny, and the rest of these wonderful lawyers behind us. They did a fantastic job. And like those before me have said, our system, the jury system, is important. We need good people to serve on juries. We need good people to come and say a person is not guilty. Take that courage to do that. It's okay. We want you to serve on juries. This particular jury was a special jury. It was fantastic. It listened, it paid attention, it put the nonsense to the side, it put the distractions to the side, and came to a lawfully good, just conclusion. Juries are important. Juries are important. But more important than that, I think, is people wanting to be on juries. So for all of you all listening, for all you out there in the public, please accept the call, become a juror, and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
It is such a privilege to be a part of this legal team, this amazing legal team, and to represent Sean Combs. And this is a reminder to everyone, I hope, about the flaws in the criminal justice system, and for everyone to take a second look when the government charges people with crimes, and especially when the Southern District of New York does here. And so I hope everyone takes that seriously. And we take this as an enormous victory and win. This is a huge win. He was acquitted of sex trafficking, acquitted of RICO conspiracy, and he will be able to sleep well at night knowing that. Okay, thank you to everyone. I appreciate you.
What did you think about the bail decision?
Jason, you guys can.
Oh, what happened? What happened there? Hey, the Reuters lost their feed. Let's see. Reuters lost their feed. That was an inopportune moment for them to lose their feed. Oh, hold on a second. I have a different feed. I'll get you the other feed. Give me 2 seconds. I'll get it back. I have a second feed. Reuters had a feed emergency. I'm going to get you the AFP feed. Just one moment. Just one moment. Hang on. I'll get it back for you. I'm going to get it right now. Hold on. I'm pulling it up right now for you. Sorry, their feed collapsed. All right, hold on. Getting it right now for you. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Here it is, here it is. Hold on, hold on. Hold on. There it is.
Proud I am to be part of this team and to have helped Sean get a just verdict.
Are you going to appeal a minute? Guys, can anyone share what Mr. Combs wanted to say in court when he raised his hand during the bail hearing? Does anyone know?
No.
Mr. Nikeush, can you talk about the bail decision and the judge using defense's own words during trial about violence?
I'm not going to talk about the bail decision because it's still a pending, unresolved matter. And I don't think we're going to take any more questions. I want to thank you all. You guys have been so diligent and dedicated. I pass you guys in the rain. I walk by you in the sun, and you're all out here every day. I just want to thank you. But I don't think we're going to take any questions.
Can you take us through the ups and downs of the day, though? though, because Mr. Combs got acquittals on the major charges. Maybe thought he could go home tonight, and then was told he couldn't.
So a lot of these things are still in process. I mean, the one thing I'm going to leave you with this: we are not nearly done fighting. We are just getting started. To win this and to defeat the prosecutors from the Southern District of New York takes effort from beginning to end. Today was a major, major step in the right direction, but we fight on, and we're going to win, and we're not going to stop until he walks out of prison a free man to his family. Thank you all for coming.
All right, so we got to hear from the legal team. We got to hear from his legal team. I don't think we're hearing from the prosecution today. I don't know. Let me make sure, though. We'll give it a second and see. I haven't heard that we're hearing from the prosecution. The legal team was very upbeat. Thomas Darwin says, big team. Our viewer Philosophy Cat thinks they did win. Oh, they're taking a team picture. Team picture time. Look, they're taking a team picture. Guys, they're taking a team picture.
Here we go. I have one question for you. Were they really squirting baby oil out here?
Yes, they were.
Really? Come on. I thought they got it off the street.
It feels like graduation day.
I think his lawyer asked if people were really, what did he say, squirting baby oil? I heard there were some people doing that outside.
Love of my life.
Okay, perfect. We're going to hit this. And if it doesn't slip, gotta quit.
It kind of looks like they're taking down. Are the prosecutors coming out? I don't know if we're going to hear from the prosecutors at all. So that guy is taking his mic off of the podium. Oh, hold on. Some of the legal team is walking out. But I don't see other people removing their mics from the podium, so I don't know what's going on here. Oh, it looks like people are taking their mics off the podium. That suggests to me that we're not going to hear from the prosecution. Yeah, it really looks like they're just about done over there. Some of our lawyers were not. Here, I want to replay that moment we just saw when his lawyer joked about the baby oil. I'll replay that for you. Hold on a second. I'm going to pull it up right here, and I'll replay the moment when Diddy's lawyer joked about people using baby oil outside. If I can find it here. I know it's here. Here it is right here. Here's the replay. Hold on. Wait, is this is live? Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. This is live now. That's live. That's live. That is
Are you
live.
going to have a drink? Do you drink?
I might tonight. We'll see what happens.
Are you going to appeal the
I don't know. We're just taking one day at a time. We're taking one day at a time. Today was a great day. Today was a great win for us. And that's the takeaway.
How is Sean? How is he feeling? Obviously excited, kind of maybe. No bail.
Listen,
but...
we're all happy. I mean, you know, we're all happy. We beat. I mean, I'll tell you exactly what I told him. I said, racketeering sex trafficking cases are like fire-breathing dragons, and he slayed the dragon, and that's what happened. He slayed the dragon. No one wins these cases, but he did.
Do you think he'll get 10 months served, 11 months left, or what do you think will happen?
You know, I'm not going to comment on sentencing because that's up to the judge, obviously. So, you know, we'll see.
What was the preparation like amongst you and your colleagues?
It was exhausting, man. It was exhausting. Yeah.
This was the most smiling we've seen you. So
how do you feel about the outcome of the case?
Well, you know, now that the gag order's lifted, I can smile all I want.
So how do you feel about the outcome of the case?
I feel great. I feel great. It was a great win for Mr. Combs. Oh, you all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
It was a great win for Mr. Combs.
Okay.
And for all of us. So we're very, very happy.
Were you surprised by all the fans that came out? Like how was that, seeing all the fans cheering?
I can tell you myself, I love seeing all you guys. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do.
What did Sean share with you?
Two federal crimes. Yet this feels like a victory tour. Is that how it feels for you?
It feels good. It feels good. So thank you all for coming.
How does he feel, sir? How is Mr. Combs feeling? Does he think he'll be free within the next few years?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Have a good night.
Brian Steele's coming.
That was great.
Brian Steele and Xavier is coming.
That was Mark Agnifilo, if I'm pronouncing that right, one of the lawyers for Diddy. Is there another lawyer coming out right now? Let's see. Yes, another one of the team. I think that's another one of the team.
You must be very
More
happy.
lawyers.
How does Sean feel? Can you just share that? Thumbs up.
Come on, you guys are smiling. Give us something.
Shapiro, are you planning to appeal on the transportation count? Kevin.
He got live.
My kids and take it easy.
How does it feel? I think they're happy. What can you say?
I don't have any comments right now. We're going to comment
You
later.
look happy.
I'm always happy. Watch it for the cars. Watch it.
So
Don't get hit.
He is always happy.
What can you say?
I can say no comment right now. Don't get hit by that car.
Yeah, right.
All right, guys.
We appreciate you. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
All right, Brian Steele. Brian Steele. This is Steele is going to be a little bit more nice. There you go.
Georgia is an original colony that has given me the opportunity to exceed any type of happiness that I could imagine.
How you feel about the outcome of the case?
When Sean's home, I feel great.
Will he be giving you
God bless you guys.
So how are you celebrating? Because this is somewhat of a celebration. Do you drink, Mr. Steele? I asked that.
Alcohol?
Yes.
I don't drink alcohol.
Brian,
What do you
I'm going
guys
to
do?
answer your question about celebrating.
Yes, so are you going to celebrate?
There's this most beautiful woman on the face of the earth.
His wife.
Only equaled by our two girls. And I am going to find the fastest flight.
That's his wife.
And I'm going to go to my bride. That is what I'm doing.
What was your experience here in New York?
Other people reach out to you. The young bucks reach out. The other rappers reach out and say, "Hey, you think you're gay?" or "Hey, I need your help."
Watch out, guys. I think let's cut it wrap.
So this looks a little bit like a victory tour from you guys, yet Sean Combs has been found guilty of 2 federal criminal counts. Can you explain why you are so exuberant with your celebrations?
I'll let you all do that.
Wait,
have a great night.
one last. People are saying that the prosecutors chose the wrong witnesses. Can you speak to that?
Gotta talk to the prosecutor.
Right after the
Great day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steele.
I've been working.
Hey, Joe.
Listen.
Thanks, by the way, to Papil Shampoo, who pointed out that Mark Agnifilo, who is one of Diddy's lawyers, who we just saw, his wife is Karen Friedman Agnifilo, who I think we might have just seen with him, and she, from what I can gather, is on Luigi Mangione's legal team. Oh, there's Brian Steele. Is there Brian Steele again?
Mr. Steele, what's next for you?
Hey, Mr. Steele, she got you and blew it up.
Mr. Steele, how do you feel about getting fame in this?
Hey, Mr. Steele, can I borrow $100?
How do you feel about the fame?
Brian, what's next for you?
Will Sean Combs be a free
Bro,
man
just
in the
$100
next
bucks.
few
I know you
years?
make $1 million a day, bro.
Would you consider yourself a celebrity at this point?
He is.
Steele, how do you feel about Drake making a song about you?
That's a good question.
Oh, that's a good question.
That's my boy.
I'm a big fan.
Mr. Steele, last question. I think that you're going to have a lot more work to do for more celebrities that's coming right after Mr. Combs. What you think about that?
I think the criminal justice system is broken, and we need people like you to show that, and let's get it right.
Will
Have a
Sean
great
Combs
night.
be giving you a bonus, sir?
That was Brian Steele, one of the legal team for Diddy. Thanks again to Poppy Shampoo. I appreciate that.
Oh, tired, man. How you been? Good. This camera's live, just so you know. Yeah, things good. How you been?
I said I was going to show you guys the replay. I was going to show you the replay. All right, that event is over. Let me show you the replay of when one of Diddy's lawyers, where is it here? This is when one of Diddy's lawyers, Mark Agnifilo, joked about people outside the courthouse. I don't know if they were squirting baby oil or using baby oil today, but some people were commenting on this. So this is from a few minutes ago, after they took their team picture. Let's see if I can make this replay work for you. Guys, they're taking a team picture.
Here we go. I have one question for you. Were they really squirting baby oil out here?
Yes, it was.
Really? Come on. Here we go. I have one question for you. Were they really squirting baby oil out here?
Yes, it was.
Really? Come on. I thought they got it off the street.
And I think the person who led him away in the red coat, if I have that right, my guess is that that is Karen Friedman Agnifilo, his wife, and she is also a lawyer. That's, again, thanks to our viewer for the heads up, Poppy Shampoo. Anyways, so he was joking. He said, I think he said, were they squirting baby oil out here? Because remember, the allegations against Diddy, part of the allegations involved these kind of sex events where a lot of baby oil was used. Anyways, so one of the viewers, I think, thought that that might not be a great thing to have done before the sentencing, before the judge. I don't know that the judge would consider that at all. Maybe it's supposed to have nothing to do with the sentencing. I don't know. But anyways, so wanted to show that again because some people wanted to see it. All right. Well, at this point, I think we might start getting close to wrapping up our coverage. Maybe I'll take a few final comments. A number of our viewers thought that was inappropriate, him making that joke. Samurai Conscious thought it was an awful level of gloating. Chris Lee thought she knew he shouldn't have said that. Dubai Canary thinks he's not getting out anytime soon. So right now the sentencing is scheduled for October 3rd. Diddy is guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, which carry 0 to 10 years each. I have no idea if he'll do any time or not. In addition to the time he's already done. He's already done 9 months, plus the amount of time he will have done by the sentencing hearing. The sentencing hearing could be sooner than October 3rd. Right now it's set for October 3rd. So we'll just have to see if he ends up getting more time than this. People keep saying there's an active shooter in Savannah, Georgia. People keep posting this. I have not seen that there is an active shooter in Savannah, Georgia. As I mentioned on the stream about 45 minutes ago, about an hour and 25 minutes ago, WSAV had reported that some people were injured at a shooting at the Oglethorpe Mall in Savannah. As I mentioned about 45 minutes ago, I had seen nothing to suggest at that point that this was some kind of shooting where a person just goes in and randomly shoots people. As I mentioned about 45 minutes ago, regularly there are unfortunately shootings at malls that happen due to things like altercations. As I said 45 minutes ago, I wasn't sure about the nature of this shooting. So right now, WSAV is now reporting that 6 people were injured. Not all of 6 people were shot. 1 person is in critical condition. 3 people were shot, according to Savannah police. And literally in the WSAV article, it says the police say it was not an active shooting situation. That's a quote. That's from the police via WSAV. Not an active shooting situation. Okay? And the shooting was reportedly between 2 groups. Okay? The shooting was reportedly between 2 groups. That is from WSAV. So I am sorry. I feel bad that anyone got shot. My thoughts, especially with the person in critical condition, I hope they recover and I hope they survive. So again, 3 people shot, 1 in critical condition, not an active shooting situation, and the shooting was reportedly between 2 groups at a mall. That is from WSAV. Okay, so again, and then the plane, we mentioned that a bunch of times earlier in the stream. There was a plane that crashed, a small plane in New Jersey. The last I had seen, there were, I think, 14 passengers on board. It crashed into the woods. And if I can get a quick update on that, I will let you know. Yes, this was a small plane. And NBC 10 says it was a skydiving plane, and they said 15 people were injured. And the injuries range from minor to severe, according to NBC 10. It's possible we would have coverage tonight if the House votes tonight on the big spending bill, which was formerly called the Big Beautiful Bill, but it's not officially called that. It is possible we will do coverage of that tonight at some point, possibly. So keep an eye out. Okay. Sherry 94, I believe there was a skydiving plane that crashed that we talked about a month ago. I don't know if that rate of skydiving plane incidents is highly excessive compared to the average. Unfortunately, there are a significant amount every year of small plane crashes in the country, but I don't know the exact details on the exact numbers. Okay. I think at this point we might be getting to that time. So maybe we will cover maybe we'll do a stream when Diddy has his sentencing hearing, whenever that ends up being, whether it's October 3rd or sooner. We might cover that live. We won't have footage of the hearing, but that'll certainly be interesting to see whether he gets more jail time, and if so, how much. But Lisa Chambers thinks since he didn't get bail, she doubts his sentence will just be time served. Well, we'll have to see. We will have to see. All right. I think it's time. I think we have came what we did to do today, which was cover this verdict, and that we have done. So, oh, did I miss? I might have missed a donation or two, so I will check that in a second. Thank you, Patricia Banks, for your support, by the way. And no, I am looking. I think I mentioned everything that I see here. I'll check again before we get off the air. But Ruth said she donated, which I don't doubt. Thank you, Ruth. I don't see it here, though. But it's oh, you know what? It's possible. Sometimes things don't show up. Sometimes there's issues where, like, they don't pop up. So I'll have to pull up my list here. Yeah, see, I'll see one from Albino Senegal Beachers. I don't think I saw that one before. And Shattered Dreams. And Lisa Sutz. I don't know if I thanked them. I do not see Ruth's. Ruth, I apologize if that's the case. You should... Oh, no, there it is. I see it there. Now I see it from Ruth. Hold on. I just saw it. She gave memberships. Ruth gave memberships. Hey, thanks, Ruth Krafasi, for the gift memberships. That's super nice of you. Now I see it. And Christine Kleeman, our new member. Thank you, Christine. Hey, I really appreciate you guys being here for the live stream. We may do another stream tonight if the House gets close to voting for this spending bill, the big, beautiful bill. It's very possible. So I'll keep an eye on that. Subscribe, follow if you like live breaking news coverage without an agenda like this. We come on and cover all kinds of live breaking news here. And who knows? There could be other news as well. Hey, but I really appreciate you watching, and thanks to people who've been messaging me during the day, who've been sending in their comments, who've been sending me news updates. That I really appreciate it. Oh, I'm going to read another comment, by the way. Jonathan's back, one of our viewers, says USA has completely lost its mind, cheering for a horrible human for getting off of rape charges. Now, to be clear, he was not charged with rape. The society needs help. So Jonathan's back does not like that people are cheering Diddy getting off. I mean, I know I have seen people today who are happy with this verdict and people who are upset with this verdict. I have seen a bunch of both. But thank you to our viewer. We've had both in our chat as well. Thank you, Jonathan's back, for writing in. Oh, also, hey, you know what just got reported? Craig Doherty mentioned this to me. A Delta flight lost part of a wing flap while flying over North Carolina and landed on a driveway in Raleigh. B&O News just posted that. Looks like about 6 feet long or something. B&O News Live just posted this. They said that a Delta flight, a Boeing 737, lost part of a wing flap while flying over North Carolina, and it landed on a driveway in Raleigh. So there's that as well. I'll have to keep an eye on that story. But that's a different story. That is a different story. So for now, we're going to move on. I'm going to take a break. Hey, but thank you to everybody who writing in, and also thanks so much to our moderators. Give them a huge shout out. They're the ones who are always in the chat, keeping things under control, and keeping things respectful in the chat. So thanks so much to our moderators like Ruth Krafasi over there and Beth Mythical on YouTube. I really appreciate you being there, and all of our other YouTube moderators who have been there today. Thank you so much. On Twitch, our moderators like Big Ball of Yarn, Bot King Sentient, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Mick Bridges, and our other Twitch mods who have been here. Thank you. Our Facebook mods like Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Thank you so much. And all of our other Facebook moderators, thank you. And our moderators on X, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, thank you so much for moderating. Over there. Thank you. Hang on one moment here. And thanks to everybody who donated. I really appreciate your support for the channel. That is how the channel can be on the air and buy news footage like we had today and all that. So I really, really appreciate your support of the channel. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, But thank you. Hopefully I got everybody. But let me check. Actually, I don't think I did, because I think Makia Lyle's bar might have gave some stars that I missed. Is that what happened? Makia, if you gave stars, I am sorry. Oh, Paul Anderson was modding too. Thank you. So thank you, Makia, for your support. And also... thanks to Device for subscribing, Device X for subscribing on Twitch. I owe Device X a thank you. Thank you. And everybody else I thanked earlier. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, I will post updates on various stories on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me over there for breaking news coverage when we're not live. @Lookner, @LOOKNER. I just posted the link in the chat. Also on X, if you want another good way to find out when we're going live is to, I didn't tell you about the best one though. I gotta say that. But on X, I always post when we're going live on X @AgendaFreeTV. and I post updates about the channel there. So you can follow over there for a heads up when we're going live. And the best way to find out when we're going live is to turn on the notifications for the channel. We have set up our own notification system. It's really reliable. It works great. It's free. You just sign up once and you get a notification whenever we're going live so you don't miss a stream, because I can't tell you in advance when big news is going to happen. So sign up for the free notifications. The mods will post the link in the chat. You can also find the link to the notifications in the YouTube and Facebook description for this broadcast today. And let's see, what else did I want to mention? Thanks to our Discord moderators for all your help. We do have a free chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. It's the same link as the notifications link. Same link for both. A number of our viewers really like doing the Discord chat, so check that out if you haven't. Again, thanks to our Discord mods. And hey, for those of you watching on YouTube, I would highly recommend turning the YouTube notifications on. Another good way to find out when we're live. But it's a little tricky to turn on the YouTube notifications. So to turn on the YouTube notifications, you got to subscribe to the channel. Then you got to click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. So again, subscribe to the channel, click the bell, choose all notifications to get the notifications on YouTube. Also want to shout out our Facebook subscribers over there, like Robert Rial II and Melissa Yakobachi. Oh, Christina Neal was moderating too. And Shannon Davis Hughes. Thank you for moderating over there. And also, thanks to Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Susan. And thanks for being a subscriber over there. Thank you. Also, thanks to Christy Claft for subscribing. There, I see. I see Mickey is stars. Mickey Lyle's bar. Thanks again for the stars. I appreciate that. She joked because somebody was asking one of the lawyers to give them $100 on the stream. We saw that. I think it was Brian Steele, one of Diddy's lawyers. Remember, and somebody said to Brian Steele, "Can I have $100?" So Mickey said, "I don't have $100, but I have a few stars." Thank you, Mickey. Thank you also, Margaret Riley and Kay Lowry Body for being Facebook subscribers. Diane Allworth, thanks for subscribing over there. And all of our other subscribers over on Facebook, thank you. And our Twitch subscribers, thanks so much for your support, like Matthew Kohai, 3Bot King Senshin, Wall Street and Shaggy, Device X, Warlord Gord, Wazzy, McBritches, Alperer 420, Devil Doc, Tatermong, Shytown Bear, Ascertainment. Thank you. And who else over there? Shells 80, My Florida 22. And all of our other subscribers over there on Twitch, thank you so much for subscribing. And our YouTube members, thank you so much to all of our members like Bunker Buster, Eric Johnson, Bella, UV Lightning, Wickedest Witch, Fred Flintstone, TT Spin, Joseph SA, I2HT. Are the screen names back to normal on YouTube now? I'm so confused. Rose Blake, Waltham, CAC813, TT Spin, Eric Johnson. Thanks for being YouTube members. Fred Flintstone, Bunker Buster, Cogito Ergo Sum, Eddie C, Rose Blake. I might be repeating some of these. Evelyn VAZ, J Ree C, Maya Moon Goddess, Justin King, Chaz Martin, Lisa Sutz, Dr. McRib, Yaboy Omni, Thomas Darwin, Lucy Goosey, Chris N, Lola P, Russ T, Craig Doherty, Red Girl, DeAndre, Leslie Ladyhawk, thanks for being members. Mary, Songbird, Arturo, Right Deadly, Be Real NZ, My Chemical Free Life, Songbird, Mamo Chagras, Gary Pates, Rose Blake, Macro Geek. All right. Thank you, Ryan Hassel, for watching. And Thanks to a few more shout outs. Timothy Klein, thanks for watching. Jen Exer, thanks for being a member. Tariag, thanks for modding as well. All right, guys, we are wrapping it up. Again, we may be back later, possibly to cover the House vote, possibly. Thanks, Terry Rose. Thank you, Sandra Cruz over there on Facebook. Thank you, Paula Thompson. All right, guys, we are wrapping it up. I really appreciate you being here live for our coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs verdict. That is it for now. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.